Howdy folks, welcome back to Let's Play the Talos Principle 2. Last time we left off having freed Prometheus, ready to jump into the western zones. The last quarter of the game awaits us. I'm starting early enough that I anticipate finishing everything today. We're going to clear out those last three main zones, then we'll do the gold puzzles and we'll finish the game. And if I've done everything right, we'll have all the achievements at the end as well. And we will have that elusive, genuine 100% I'm always chasing. And I'm not sure what I'm going to pick up after that. I'm actually leaning toward, since I haven't played Inscription yet, I think the next thing I want to do on the stream might be a playthrough of the entire Daniel Mullins verse, starting on Pony Island and then the Hex and then Inscription, since they just announced his fourth game, Pony Island 2, Panda Circus, which I'm also very excited about. I've been in a YouTube Daniel Mullins verse lore rabbit hole when I took yesterday off to try and fully shake the cough I've been having, which unfortunately is still not 100%, but I'm much better off than I was the last few streams. I'm at about 99% functional now. I will still cough occasionally, but it's, as with most illness-related things, it's worst in the morning and at night. So, for the duration of the afternoon, hopefully, it won't bother me much. Hi, Lone Wonder. It's good to see you. Welcome back. How are things across the pond on this, what for you is now Saturday evening? Let's play. Alright, so here we are at West 1. I've already spoken to Linux and Crier, so let's get started. Puzzle 1's right here. Servitor. Ah, yes, the platforms. Misclick. There we go. We've got to let it push the switch. I got paid yesterday, and I finally, since I moved into the new place, I pulled the trigger, spent a few $100 on a whole dwelling humidifier. It's supposed to get here on Monday. I think that will improve my health considerably. So now we need to move it off the switch to open this gate, because you can see this is one of those alternators. That was a bit of a silly mistake. Push it over until the blue laser's coming through. And the puzzle solved.
I know you're all thinking about the goal and the theory of everything. Is the past what we thought it was? Is the future what we want it to be? But the only thing that's real, at the end of the day, is the present. And right now, what matters is that our friend is lost and needs our help.
I think that's the bridge ring over there, along with a few other puzzles. We'll head this way. I'm trying to remember. The Prometheus sparks on this map are in weird, pretty non-distinct places. Can't remember if this is one of them or not. I know one of them is behind the lab, and the other is like on a random little peninsula that juts out behind one of the puzzles. Looks like it might be this one, but I don't think it is. Oh yes. Cleaning is very important. If you don't clean them, they eventually turn into poison spewers. Supportive apparatus. And we just gotta let it roll out of there. Actually. And now let's move it to the end of its track. Yes. Very, very dry. I noticed when I was in Georgia over New Year's that after about a day, I immediately started feeling significantly better. And it's because it's so humid there compared to here. Humidifiers are generally recommended by to everyone who lives here because we're so dry. The goal mega thread. Now, as painful as it is, I will ultimately end up getting to answer all of these the way I want to, but we're gonna have to leave them aside for a very long time in order to keep the achievements open until the very end, and then I'll do 2 false throwaway sets of answers in order to steer the election the way I need for the first 2 achievements, and then after that's done, at the very end of Act 4, I'll actually answer everything the way that I actually want to, and we'll roll forward with that outcome. Well, because there's a reason for that too, though. Like, for some people, depending on the condition they have, dry air is actually healthier. Like, for instance, people with tuberculosis, which still happens. People don't realize that, but people do still get TB. And if you have that, dry air, as dry as possible, is actually strongly recommended. And doctors will recommend that people who suffer from it move out to dry climates for that very reason. But we can read the thread. We'll respond to it later. The goal mega thread. Jeremy. I realize that many citizens feel the need to discuss the visions experienced by 1K, which suggest that perhaps certain aspects of what we have hitherto believed about the founder and the goal may be inaccurate. However, given the controversy surrounding the subject matter, I will ask everyone to be particularly careful in how they express themselves. Arinya. I think we have final and irrevocable proof that we've strayed from Athena's original vision. Damien. I agree. But I'd like to submit that even if that weren't the case, deliberately engineering an energy-poor future would still be a disastrous and misanthropic idea. Avis. How do we know any of this is real? Athena's voice is just Alexandra Drennan's. I could switch to the same voice pack right now and record myself telling you that the goal is the truth. Belmarsh. Avis makes a good point. Objective truth is not a concept that can be applied to the world we live in. Shut up, you fucking solipsist. Damien. Fine. Then we can just collectively decide to believe in something else, right? Doesn't even have to be Athena. Let's just believe in Byron's ideas instead. Belmarsh. Byron's ideas are a teleological fantasy. Damien. But if it's all arbitrary, what does that matter? Stolo. I just don't buy this whole goal thing anymore. Byron was right. Budahas. Does it matter what Athena believes? Honest question. Let's say the founder is a myth that was constructed around her. In that scenario, what do we owe Athena at the end of the day? Gratitude, loyalty, nothing except what we also owe each other. We should at least take her ideas seriously. An apology. So, we'll answer that at the very end after we've activated all 3 Act 4 towers. For now, got my eye open for the oil pump. We only have 2 ancient artifacts left to find in the entire game, but for the moment, let's do puzzle 3. This zone has, like, it's just locked into my memory. One of the most struggle bus puzzles I had for the entire game is one of the lost puzzles in here. Jailbreak. Automatic doors. Oh yeah, I remember this. This one's fun. No, I don't need it on that one. I need it here. And here, and here, and here. Oh wait, I gotta set something else up first. Is that gonna be enough? Now it should go back on its own and open this gate when it's on the other side. She needs a hug. Agreed. Yakut, bootstrapping. It's all starting to make sense, kind of. If what Prometheus revealed about the theory of everything is true, then it explains a lot of the patterns I've been finding. Almost every artificial structure on this island was printed into existence in some kind of energy-to-matter process, or maybe by different versions of that process, some earlier and less effective. And I can only assume that the megastructure itself was created by bootstrapping, having one machine make a bigger one, which probably means you could create a relatively small device that turns itself into a complete megastructure. Or you could make a machine that just deploys more and more of itself and builds something. A city in a box? Depends on the power source, I guess. Hi, Blood Angel. It's good to see you. Happy Saturday. I was gonna say, someone was just here. There they go. I think it's Herman. Yep.
What can I do for you, 1K?
Could the theory of everything be used safely?
Let's assume for a moment that we could use it safely, which I doubt. Does that mean that we should? Is it right for us to dominate the world? We value our own freedom. Should we not also value the freedom of all the living things with which we share this planet?
Who's running the city while you're gone?
My chief aide, Jeremy, is in charge for now. It's good practice for him, in case he decides to run for office one day.
Tell me about Cornelius.
Cornelius is responsible for many innovations. He helped create the designs for the upgraded body you inhabit, although the founder chose to remain in her original configuration. But in recent years, he had settled into a life of quiet scholarship. Or so it seemed.
About the founder.
Not now. Let's have this conversation at another time. You still have a lot to do. Better get to it.
Uh-huh. Alright, coward. We'll talk later. Let me check behind puzzle 3. I remember that it's some rando peninsula, but no, it's not here. Okay. We'll keep going then. And I believe this is the dreaded jailbreak. But thankfully, I know how to solve it now. Man, Lone Wonder, you were watching the blind run. This puzzle took me forever. Alright, we only ever need the blue in the first half. I still don't even know if I actually have the intended solution either, to be honest. I just found one that works. Once it's through the blue gate, we can pause here. So ultimately, our only real goal is to get it to the end of its track so we can hop up to the solution. So what I've done, I have to get it out of here, and I do believe it's intended that you have this pressure plate weighted with one connector, because otherwise there's like never any way out for you. Well, I don't know if that's true either. Well, yeah, you can't jump in here, so I'll leave this in here. Rush in. Alright, so now I have that in place. And it's connected to that. So I can ultimately power it using that. No. What? Oh, I never actually connected this to the platform. My bad. Gotta get it through this gate. Now I just need to get it past that switch. I think what I ought to be able to do is I can just do this. I can stand here till it makes it past the tall fence back to the short one. Then we can go like this, this, and this. Place it on top. And if I stand here, it should move the rest of the way. Boom. It's hard to remember why I struggled so much. But I guess it's always like that once you figure it out.
Tell me, Yakut, what impact do you think the megastructure will have on the future of this island?
It depends on what we do with it. Miranda used it to spread life, to make things better. We can do the same.
And yet, poor Miranda lost her own life doing so.
Shut up, Herman.
She just made a
No.
mistake.
He's right about
Wanted
that.
to show everyone what they discovered. We can be more careful.
But I'm glad I have Yakut on my side. I have a pretty visceral dislike of Herman, but he made a fair point there. Hi, Tara. So lovely to see you. Happy Saturday. How are you? Alright, against decay. Okay, we have Hex, so let me pull that up. From selected archive documents A through C. I find a lot of truth in this too. We live in a decaying system, which in turn produces ideologies of decay to justify its existence. No matter what cultural signifiers they get packaged with, these ideologies come down to the same material result. A future in which, for the average person, there is less of everything. To paraphrase Mark Fisher, we find it easier to imagine the decline of civilization than to imagine a civilization worth living in. Those of us who still believe that humanity can thrive, that there is a path forward other than willful or accidental decay, are out of sync with the system. No matter how we phrase our arguments, they will be perceived in terms of whatever cultural signifiers the listener opposes. It's a deeply frustrating, depressing, even infuriating situation. But what can we do except patiently explain and hope conditions change? My COVID tests were also negative for whatever illness I've been unable to completely shake for the last month. In other words, what can we do except have faith? Athena. This was written only a few months before the discovery of the virus. There was no time for conditions to change. And the hex translates to Why should the scales of good and evil be balanced? Founding 11. There's Hex here too. Hypatia's Journal number 11 from Hypatia's Journals, Volume 1, The Founding of New Jerusalem, date 882. It's been a while since I last wrote an entry in my journal. Much has changed in New Jerusalem. We've put up a good chunk of the planned living quarters, and the old storage facility has been converted into a movie theater of all things. So we still argue a lot, but now it's mostly about which film we'll be watching next. Other construction efforts are going well, too, although we've begun to run out of readily accessible resources. Our scavenging expeditions are ranging further and further afield with each passing month, and the sites that they have reported on sound truly marvelous. One day I might want to go see for myself. It's a good thing in that regard that we'll be getting 2 new citizens soon, because everyone is as busy as ever. More hands to help us build our future. I can't wait to meet them. And the Hex translates to, all life is sacred and each life is unique. Well, you know, Lone Wonder, I agree with Prometheus. Not all things have to be balanced. More good and less evil in the world is, well, good, in my opinion. Trevor 10. Trevor.
How is this supposed to work? The system is meant to last centuries. Centuries! And yeah, Chernyshevsky's plan, brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
There's the oil pump.
But I'm working with hardware that was deliberately designed to fail. Planned obsolescence, baby. Selling broken garbage just to make another buck. A buck you can't even spend because in a few more weeks, we'll be extinct. Was it worth it? That's the part that Alexandra doesn't see. The greed, the stupidity, the selfishness, the way that we created this whole situation in the first place. She wants you to be like us, but if you ask me, there's a whole lot of human history and behavior you can just throw away, chuck it in the trash, right? You have a chance at a fresh start. Make the best of it.
I should have 12 right now. Yeah, and there are 14 in the game, so this is the second to last one. Oil pump. A machine used for extracting petroleum. Well, I'm going to express a hot take here. I despise The Incredibles. I think its message is garbage, Ayn Rand level bullshit. It would be wonderful if everyone could have superpowers. What a ridiculous idea that we want class stratifications. I hate The Incredibles. I think its message is awful. I really do. Oil pump. Our ancestors used machines of this type to extract a substance called petroleum, which had countless industrial applications. Technologies involving petroleum revolutionized human society and greatly increased human quality of life, but also came with initially discounted side effects, such as the release of greenhouse gases. Well, I mean, at its core, it's basically Nazi ideology. It's the idea that an empowered super race is a good thing to have. Everybody's got dialogue. Let's talk to Melville.
1K, listen. I wanted to ask you something.
Hi, Hermione.
Perspective, as someone who's still new to our society, do you think that Jerusalem betrayed Athena?
I'm doing well. How are you? I'm about 98% over an illness I've had since American Thanksgiving. So it's been a little over a month. It wasn't COVID, but to last this long, I think it was probably RSV, which I didn't test for. So I still have a little bit of a cough, but New Year's starting out great. I feel good. How are you? Anyway, Did New Jerusalem betray Athena? Yes. In a democracy, people are not obliged to support what their leaders want them to. No, it was necessary to turn away from her ideas. New Jerusalem isn't monolithic, which is true.
It's not. You're right. And Byron and a handful of others stood up for Athena. But what did I do? Just kept working. The occasional sarcastic remark isn't resistance. It's not fighting for something. It's just thinly disguised apathy.
That's true. It wasn't your fault. You can't change history by yourself. Don't let your empathy for Athena make you forget your legitimate doubts. If you believe that you were wrong, make different choices now. That's all you can do. It's the only thing that keeps me going forward. I've made a lot of mistakes.
I will. But it's hard not to regret the past.
Ain't that the truth? I had another question. How do you feel about Mayor Hermanubis as a leader?
When I think about the state New Jerusalem is in, he's put us all in danger. I don't know if he really believes in the goal or if it's just a convenient myth, but I don't care. This is not how you build a living civilization.
Where do you think Cornelius is?
I don't know. I suspect he's around here somewhere, biding his time. But what he's waiting for, not a clue.
Well, I had to start a new playthrough in order to get a proper 100%. So both. Do you think the goal is a myth?
Yes, of course it is.
What do you want to do with your future?
I'd like to help make Jerusalem the city it was meant to be. And then I'd like to help build new cities. On Earth and up there too. Cities nobody's ever imagined before.
Why was it so easy for people to believe in the goal?
Because there's no effort involved. Building a better world means taking responsibility. It means making choices and living with their consequences. Surrendering to nature is just letting go.
I should get back to work. Alcatraz was around here. Yeah, there he is. Good.
Everything all right?
Do you think the goal is a myth?
It's possible. I won't trust Prometheus until he actually leads us to Byron, but yeah, seems likely. But even if it is a myth, that doesn't mean we can just abandon it. Myths can contain elements of truth, and I think this one exists for a reason. Maybe we had to create this imaginary founder because the real one lost her way.
Good golly gosh, living with the consequences of our actions. What a horrible thing to ask of people, right, Tara? Are you sure the founder lost her way?
It's the only way I can explain what she's built here. She got wrapped up in her ideas and lost all sense of perspective.
What are your thoughts on the theory of everything?
People have thought they understood everything before. Obviously, Athena has unlocked tremendous powers, but forgive me if I'm skeptical that her theory really encompasses everything.
You're right, there are limits to our ability to know. But what if it does?
Then I don't think it's something we need to know. We're not going to find happiness or meaning in some equation, 1K.
Well, I think he's right about that, but that doesn't mean it's a negative. he's making an unwarranted leap. Like, his first premise is correct, right? Assume the theory of everything is everything Athena says it is. He's right. We're not that's still not going to be a source of happiness or meaning. No kind of knowledge ever really is. But then he's just making the totally unwarranted jump. It's a thought-terminating cliche for him. He makes the totally unwarranted jump to the idea that it is therefore bad and something we should leave alone. Which makes no sense at all. What do you make of Crier?
Byron couldn't stand you. Have you ever tried asking the mayor a difficult question, he used to say? But I think he does an all right job, to be honest.
Do you ever deal with the mayor's advisors?
I try to stay out of their circuits, and they try to stay out of mine. Helga is an old friend, but the others, they're not my crowd.
How do you feel about Mayor Hermanubis?
He's smarter than people give him credit for. There's more to some folks than meets the eye, you know.
Yeah, exactly, Tara. Like, the cliche that ignorance is bliss is around for a reason, but I think it's a devastating betrayal of our sentience and the responsibility that it brings to us to decline knowledge in favor of happiness. I also think, interestingly, you've helped me articulate another, what I'll call it a flaw in Alcatraz's premise. He is equating happiness and meaning, but those are two different things. There's a lot of meaning to be found in the struggles, even though they're not pleasant, and you're not generally... In fact, I would go so far as to say many of the most meaningful events in my life have, by and large, been the least pleasant and the unhappiest, but they were full of significance and meaning. That's all. Yeah, we've already been over there. This way. Right? Yeah, that's Trevor. Okay, good.
You know, when I decided that we should call ourselves human, I did that because it seemed like a powerful symbol of our continuity. But the truth is, and I'm ashamed to admit this, I thought we were better than them. I thought we understood the value of civilization, and we wouldn't repeat the same mistakes. But the simulation worked too well.
We're not just like them. We are them.
We really are.
But that doesn't have to be a bad thing, Athena. We may have the same flaws, but we also have all the potential they did. Everything that Alexandra Drennan saw in them is also in us.
I hope you're right. I really do.
I don't want it all the way on the pressure plate, actually. I want to start here to free the box. Some of it, Lone Wonder. I mean, some of my suffering has been pointless, and some of my happiness has been full of meaning, too. But that just furthers the point that happiness and unhappiness as concepts are completely separate from meaning and significance. I think, anyway. Alright, so with the box out, should be able to open the other gate and get the other connector. Oh. I gotta move the platform onto the pressure plate first. It's a double lock. There we go. Now we have the fan. We have the other connector, which we need on blue. Connected here, and here, and on top of the platform. We move the platform over the fan. It should rise into the air. Oh, hold on. Actually, no, I don't think it can hit this one, but I'll target it anyway, just in case. Alright, now let's launch it into the air. Yeah, as I thought, it can't hit that one. Now we can just do that. We can put the box on the pressure plate. And we're through. Ooh, I like this one. Alcatraz on Sincerity, a text string extracted from a data stream. I managed to extract the following text string. I'm always struck by the degree to which our ancestors, in the years before the end, struggled with sincerity. They became poisoned with irony. This is so real. Just the way we live these days. Unable to parse any information through anything except a thick layer of alienation. This left so little space for any kind of intellectual authenticity that they seemed to exist in a state of permanent agony. Ironically, that in turn made them extremely susceptible to the few sanctioned forms of sincerity, which acted as a means of social control. Then there's a gap, followed by, there's something equally damaged in our own estrangement from our humanity. We mimic the forms and behaviors of our human ancestors, but we don't act like proud inheritors of the human condition. Everything we do gets filtered through this perpetual awareness of their shortcomings, to the degree that we act as if our existence was one of their failures. Author unknown. Whoever it is, I understand what they mean, but disagree with their conclusion. This perpetual awareness isn't a form of alienation. It's a way of learning from the mistakes of our species. Unpleasant, but necessary. I think Alcatraz is half right on this one. I think it is very important to remember past mistakes. It is unpleasant, but it is it is necessary. He's right about that, but it's when we cross to this second part, acting as if our very existence is some kind of failure, that crosses a line into destructive, pointless self-hatred. Alright, the lab's over here. Before we go inside, the first Prometheus spark is behind it. Around here somewhere. There it is. I know, right, Tara? That's how we live. And it's really, really sad. From Thekla 4. From Thekla 2. Let me pull up the hex. Beloved Founder, know that I do not believe any of the lies the expedition is spreading about you. Is right, this Prometheus illusion is just a test. We will resist temptation as you once did. We will not disappoint. Praise your name, Thekla. And the hex is... This is Pandora talking directly to us again. Your only hope lies in surrender, creature of clay. Athena history. This one has hex as well, so let me pull that. The history of Athena was first published as Athena, a novel, and retained that title for its first 3 printings, now highly sought after. After a lull in popularity, it was reprinted as Athena Reborn, a novel. This edition retained the same text, but included some of the author's poetry. The next edition, however, published long after the author's death under the rather embarrassing title Athena's Truth, included severe cuts and drastic changes to the text in the interest of updating it for modern audiences. This particularly affected the last chapter, Anthropogony, which the editors accused of scientism and human supremacy. Science wunderkind Alexandra Drennan was one of the few to come to the novel's defense, writing in a long essay that the novel's clear-eyed belief in the value of Athena's journey towards humanity had been essential to shaping her own views, encouraging her to pursue science as a vocation rather than a career, and that changing the text constituted an attack on the author's unique artistic and philosophical vision. "Alex, who hurt you, Lamau?" one of the editors commented on a popular social media platform. "We have these people, and they piss me off." I mean, I think... I don't think that it's incorrect or wrong to point out the portions of a text or a work that are products of its time, or to write a critical essay discussing and dissecting and arguing against the things you disagree with. In fact, I think that is completely appropriate, a really, really good thing, and the way ideas bounce off of each other and move forward. But this idea that some people have these days, that it's appropriate to actually go and change things, I think it's a horrific betrayal of artistic integrity. I really do. I am adamantly opposed to it, even in the most offensive old works. I think it's terrible, egotistical, breathtakingly arrogant to take it upon yourself to change someone else's work and tell yourself and the world that you're improving it. Nadja Sarabhai of the Institute for Applied Noematics also got involved in the discussion, backing Drennan, resulting in a long but unsuccessful campaign to oust Sarabhai from her position as head researcher. In the current context of ecological catastrophe, as evidenced by the recent extinction of the orangutan, clumsy editing aside, do the critics of the novel perhaps have a point after all? Is a philosophy that places humans above nature and sees science and technology as the only valid tools the cause of all our troubles? What about other ways of knowing, other ways of living? And I think this actually dovetails perfectly with what I said. This is fine. Make your arguments, make your responses, print your critiques, but the idea that you're going to update the old text, I'm very opposed to it every time people try to do it. And the hex here translates to... It actually translates to German, which I'm not going to try to read, but then if you translate the German into English, this is what it says. Freedom is always freedom for those who think differently, not because of the fanaticism of justice, because all that is instructive, salutary, and purifying about political freedom depends on this essence, and fails to have an effect when freedom becomes a privilege. Chernyshevsky 21. Oh, yes. This might be my favorite one. I don't know, there's so many good ones. On War. From Arkady Chernyshevsky's In Our Likeness, Essays on Humankind Reaching Adulthood. War is the crudest, most obscene human activity. It may justly be called an abomination, for it is the absolute negation of conscious human will. There is only a single cause of war for all the endless deceptions that are foisted upon us, and that is the acquisition of resources. Varied ideologies are constructed to justify this crude behavior, this childish degeneration of thought and communication, but history reveals the ruthless, unflattering truth. We imagine crusaders as fanatics of a cause willing to die for their religion. Yet the Fourth Crusade culminated not in the conquest of Jerusalem, but in the looting of Constantinople, setting the stage for the triumph of the very enemy the Crusaders claimed to oppose. Why? The answer, as with every war, is the same. It is popular amongst the ghouls of the establishment and their misanthropic friends in the intelligentsia to ascribe the persistence of war to human nature. But a careful observation of the facts reveals the opposite to be true. Individual human beings must be broken in order to submit to war, their minds distorted by ideology, and their bodies by poverty and ruthless training to make them compliant. Without force, the majority of human beings only seek to protect themselves and are traumatized by the act of killing. Absolutely. But if it is resources that are the core cause of war, then it is only in the production and distribution of resources that an answer may be found. It is not enough to morally condemn war. We must work to prevent the material issues that endanger us all. From Guta. There's Hex here. From Guta to Athena. Dear Founder, I'm afraid that we're losing our humanity. We're angry at each other, always disagreeing about everything, unable to forgive each other for being different. I don't know how much longer, and I don't know what could save us. Please help us, Founder. Please. Guta 972. And the Hex translates to, Nor shall my sword sleep in my hand. Which I guess is probably from the Bible, but I don't know for sure. Noema Project 11. Let me pull this Hex. There's always Hex on these, and a lot of it to boot. Trial 5359. Resuming trials with new protocols. Energy output contained. No errors. Trials 5360 to 6397. Hyperbolic growth. Trials 6398 to 7000. Advanced synthesis. And the Hex reads... Well, it's three different ones. First one is, Be ye steadfast, unmovable, always abounding in the work of the Lord, for as much as ye know that your labor is not in vain. The middle one is Pandora talking to us again. Turn away, creature of clay, these secrets can only bring suffering. And then this is Prometheus. Oh, lossless conversion, I missed that one. This is Prometheus directly responding to her. Do not listen to her, son of man. Your ancestors gave their lives so you might be free. You have the freedom to wield the flame wisely. I like how much more respectful of us Prometheus is, too. You know, the Sphinx and Pandora both call us creature of clay, but Prometheus always calls us son of man. From Byron to Athena. I just wish I knew why you didn't tell me. Byron. Message to Drennan. There's Hex here. To Alexandra Drennan at Ian. Who do you think you are playing God like that, when Mother Nature has finally found a way of getting rid of us? You come up with this harebrained scheme to keep our destruction of the planet going? Just try for 1 second to think about something other than your own arrogance and hubris, Alexandra. Try to imagine what you're really doing here. Without your robotic perversions, the future looks beautiful. No more humans murdering everything in their path. The skies clear up, the stars become visible again. The rivers stop being filthy, and after a few decades they're full of fish again. Dolphins and whales roam the seas like their ancestors did. The cities turn into jungles. Bats nest in the skyscrapers where hedge fund managers used to ruin lives. The earth lives on as it was meant to, peacefully and quietly, until someday in the distant future when it all ends, like it was also meant to. Or we take your path, we continue our rampage, we place ourselves above the animals, we think we know better than Mother Nature, we violate all boundaries, we ruin all purity. Perhaps we even defy death, just so we can keep spreading our filth. Then we spread to other planets to do more of the same. And in the end, what have we left behind but plastic and radiation? Well, art, poetry, beauty, I could go on and on. But I've moved, I've pivoted off of hatred for people like this. I pity them now. Because I've spent time inside this level of self-hatred, and people who write things like this, people who believe things like this, people who think this way, they're just completely and utterly miserable. Think, Alexandra, isn't it better for beauty to return to the earth? For us to acknowledge that intelligence was a mistake and to gracefully exit while we can? Stop this. Go spend time with your friends and loved ones before the end. Let it go. Let us all go. Let there be peace. Miranda, I don't understand how someone could hate humanity so much. This person must have been full of sadness and frustration to write something so ugly. Athena, I've tried to understand it as well, but I still don't. The hex here translates to, yet nature is made better by no mean, but nature makes that mean. So over that art which you say adds to nature is an art that nature makes. And yeah, this hex is a neat little poem, but it dovetails back to a Chernyshevsky writing from earlier. Like, by definition, everything that exists is natural. It's paradoxical to think any other way. And Straton on Socrates. Against the Athenians and Socrates alike, from the complete works of Straton of Stagira. In killing a philosopher for asking questions they did not like, the Athenians committed themselves to a tragedy with an ironic ending. Some will say that his true crime was his friendship with Alcibiades, the shameless deceiver of idiots and buffoons, and the insipid brute Critias, and that he was executed as an enemy of democracy. That he was the latter can hardly be denied, for Socrates asked not too many questions, but too few, or he would not have survived the rule of the 30 tyrants. Yet in the end, he got what he had asked for, a tyrannical decision made by would-be wise men against the spirit of freedom, which he obeyed like a knave. And the Athenians, in fulfilling his wishes, strangled the roots of democracy while seeking to preserve it. Miranda, ouch, no wonder Straton wasn't popular. Athena, people who speak the truth at all times rarely are. Alright, that's everything for this lab. Alright. Here's Prometheus. Find my sprite and follow it until it leads you back to me. Alright. If another terminal is next, I need another drink. I'll be right back. Lone Wonder, you noodle on that. I'm expecting a clever frog joke within the next 5 minutes now. From Arinia to Athena. Athena, I know that we didn't have the greatest relationship, and I frequently antagonized you. The truth is, I resented this mythology of the Founder. I thought you had created it deliberately as a way of controlling us. I wanted so badly to be free, and you seemed to stand in the way of that. Only after you left, and the cult of personality grew even wilder, did I realize it was actually a burden and an impediment to you. When they turned your myth into the opposite of everything you actually believed, started tearing down your dreams in your own name, I realized I'd wronged you, and now I'm less free than ever. I feel the walls crushing me. I don't know where you are or what you're doing. I don't know if coming back would fix things, but I'm sorry. Arinia 342. Atlas 1. Atlas and Ladon. From the Atlas Variations by Athanasios 121. After 1,000,000,000 years, when Atlas had grown old and tired of holding up the world, he was faced with a dilemma. Heracles, the son of Zeus, was on his way to the Garden of the Hesperides to claim the golden apples, which were guarded by the dragon Ladon. Zeus came to Atlas and promised that if Atlas helped Heracles slay the dragon, Zeus would free Atlas from his burden. But Atlas, Lone Wonder, I'm kidding. But Atlas, seeing the beauty and innocence of Ladon, beloved of the Hesperides, could not slay the beast. Instead, he stole the apples and gave them to Heracles, and so he was condemned to bear the weight of the cosmos for another 1,000,000,000 years. But though Atlas grieved for his freedom, he was comforted by watching Ladon flourish in the verdant garden. Wilde fragment. I love Oscar Wilde. This is a really good writing. Let me pull the hex too. Joy and beauty from the soul of man. Sympathy with pain there will of course always be. It is one of the first instincts of man. The animals which are individual, the higher animals that is to say, share it with us. But it must be remembered that while sympathy with joy intensifies the sum of joy in the world, sympathy with pain does not really diminish the amount of pain. It may make man better able to endure evil, but the evil remains. Sympathy with consumption does not cure consumption. That is what science does. Christ made no attempt to reconstruct society, and consequently the individualism that he preached to man could be realized only through pain or in solitude. The ideals that we owe to Christ are the ideals of the man who abandons society entirely, or of the man who resists society absolutely. But man is naturally social. Even the Thebaid became peopled at last. And though the Cenobite realizes his personality, it is often an impoverished personality that he so realizes. Shallow speakers and shallow thinkers in pulpits and on platforms often talk about the world's worship of pleasure and whine against it. But it is rarely in the world's history that its ideal has been one of joy and beauty. Athena, when you tell people that a society could be built on the ideals of joy and beauty, they think you're a utopian fantasist. If you tell them society will always be built on exploitation and greed, they think you're wise, and so they make the outcome inevitable. Cornelius, performative cynicism has always been the hallmark of adolescence. Athena, but has there ever been a society of adults? Can there ever be one? Why is this childishness so extremely powerful, more powerful than joy and beauty? It's a damn fine question. And I think some of the other pieces in this game have hit the nail on the head. This is easy. Performative cynicism doesn't require any actual effort at all. To take upon ourselves the task of actually improving the world is to take on responsibility for doing work and making choices and living with the consequences. This, performative cynicism, no effort involved at all. I think that's why it continues to have so much power over us. Yakut!
Hey, can we talk for a second?
Of course.
I'm still struggling. I was really hoping we'd find Miranda alive. Her way of seeing the world was so inspiring.
Me too, bro.
And the idea that I can never get to know her, that she's gone.
I'm sorry.
I guess I've never really been good at dealing with death. Maybe because it's so rare in New Jerusalem. Except for pets, and even in that case, I find it very hard to deal with. I still miss my first cat, and it's been over a century since she died.
Gonna answer as myself. I've never had to deal with death, but I imagine it's hard. Death is difficult to deal with.
When someone dies, it's this void. I know I should just let it go, but some part of me refuses. And I feel like that part hurts me, but it also keeps me human. And I know it would be healthier if I said, okay, Miranda is someone I never met. She's just a bunch of glitchy old files. But if I do that, as rational as it seems, it feels like I'm surrendering something. Something that matters.
You have to let go. This doesn't help anyone. You have to let go. You're still alive. You can let go of the pain but still care about the person. Then don't let go. Use the pain as a foundation to build something.
Interesting. I hadn't thought of pain as something you can use.
It absolutely is.
If I can take the pain and use it to create something or to do something, maybe that's a way of not surrendering to death. Thanks, 1K. I'm really going to think about that.
You're welcome, but I wanted to ask you about something else.
Of course. Go ahead.
What do you think about Mayor Hermanubis?
I think he's done his best. I don't disrespect him, but I'm not sure he's leading us down the right path. Despite everything that's gone wrong here, I'm not sure we should just reject what the megastructure has to offer.
Do you ever think about your future?
On the one hand, there's so much we could do with the theory of everything. So many lives I could live. I have enough ideas for the next, 20,000 years, easily. And that's just from 5 minutes of thinking about it. On the other hand, Miranda's gone. So much hope, so much grief. I don't know how to balance that.
How's Bruce?
I hear he escaped Pellegrino and peed all over Melville's workshop. So apparently, he's doing great. I miss him, though. I always feel like the fact that he likes me is a huge compliment. Lifts me up somehow.
I feel the same way about River. Do you think the goal is just a myth?
Honestly, I'm not sure how I couldn't see it more clearly before. It doesn't match anything Alexander Drennan believed in, and continuing Drennan's legacy was Athena's whole point.
Tell me something irrelevant.
In the ancient year 1969, a band called Mellow Macaron wrote a psychedelic rock song about the Talos principle.
Ha!
It's called Cretan Bronze Man's Flying Mystery Adventure.
Nice. That's a weird title.
You should see the rest of the album. There's a song about a disembodied tongue called The Taste of Your Elbow. It's 15 minutes long and features an improvised tuba solo.
Is it any good?
I think you need psychedelics to enjoy it, really. Maybe if you stick your head inside a really large magnet.
Now that you've solved a puzzle, would you like to try another one?
Nope, but at least I finally understand why Athena wanted to get out of the simulation so badly.
That's all. My ex's son named River. Her full name is actually River White. And he was 5, and I think he named her that because they were driving home from picking her up from the breeder, and when she was just a puppy. And they were talking about what to name her, and William was always gonna get to name the dog. And Sharon suggested that since she was so fluffy and white, maybe we name her after something white, and they picked her up in the winter, and so the river was frozen over, the river that they were driving by, with that kind of beautiful, pristine, white, snow-covered ice that you get on mountain water in the winter. And so he looked out the window, and that was the name he picked. And, you know, obviously it gets shortened to River, but that was her name. William named her after what they happened to be driving past, but I like the name. I think it actually fits her really well. Puzzle 5. There's something behind here, though. Might be the other lost puzzle. In fact, I believe it is. Yep. Got my eyes open for the peninsula with the second Prometheus spark, too. I think it's like behind puzzle 7 or 8. It's close to the end of the loop, not the beginning. Vertical locomotion. I'll ride up as well. Move the teleporter in range so I can bring the connector up. We'll move it along. That one was pretty easy for a lost puzzle. Oh, yeah, no. Everything about the Talos principle is made up. They invented Stratton of Stagira and his whole philosophy for the video games. My mom is rather insistently texting me. I'd better answer. No, not everything, but the Talos principle itself and Stratton of Stagira are inventions of the game writers. I'm gonna grab another drink. I guess maybe I'm dehydrated and don't realize it, and that's what's actually wrong with my throat, because I keep pounding drinks and staying thirsty. I guess along the lines of the humidifier, you need to drink more water when you live in a place as dry as I do as well. Hermione, thanks so much for stopping by. It's always a pleasure to see you. Sleep well. I'm plotting my next stream project.
Excuse me. I was looking at your research log, and I was rather perplexed.
Oh,
by the
Melville.
latest upload.
Oh, Melville strikes again.
Is that your foot, Melville?
Yes. Do you want to see it up close? Although you won't be able to fully enjoy it as you don't have a rear camera.
Sorry, Mayor. Melville just has a unique way of taking pictures.
Next time you're getting an upgrade, you coot. I'm installing a mute button.
Melville, milestones. Might be worth investigating. These things must be connected to the Noema system. Maybe I should dig one up, see how it works. This one, she managed not to focus on anything at all. The item is blurry, and her foot, while it's in the picture, is also blurry. Spectacular work. When engineers try to be photographers. Alright, well that's both lost puzzles already. That's always good. Here's number 5. Nuisance. Oh yeah, I remember this one. Right, I remember this. I need to get it on this side of the beam. I need to get in here, and in that moment when the beam is interrupted, the alternator kicks in and the fan turns on. Another social media. Places of longing, Athens. Avavok. To understand what humanity is capable of, what it means to flourish, we have to look at the golden age of Athenian democracy. The list of geniuses who lived in Athens at this time is so long it's almost inconceivable. Pericles, Sophocles, Aeschylus, Phidias, Euripides, Herodotus, Thucydides, Plato, Socrates, Hippocrates, Aristophanes, Aristotle, and the list goes on. These are people who changed world history. Without them, there is no Stratton of Stagira to inspire Alexandra Drennan. Without them, we do not exist. Was it a perfect time? No, undoubtedly not. Somebody in a different channel recommended marshmallows to me for a cough. Has anyone else ever heard of marshmallows being helpful? I've never heard that before. I have no idea if there's any truth to it. But listing the flaws obscures the greater truth. Given the opportunity, given freedom and resources and space to grow, human beings are capable of incredible things. It would mean everything to me to walk the roads where these people once walked, to stand where they stood and think about the world as they dared to. All right. Onward toward Puzzle 6. Yep.
Father, what is my purpose?
I love this too.
Do I have a purpose? Mother says purpose is something we choose. But I feel like there's something there. Something that's been there from the moment I was born. Maybe even before.
Well, there are many ways of looking at this, and everyone's experience is different, so you'll have to make up your own mind. But I have a little theory, if you'd like to humor your old man.
Of course. What is it?
The universe is eternal, but it's always lost in a deep, dreamless sleep. You are a tiny little bit of the universe that's suddenly woken up, and you've realized that being awake is better than being asleep. And that gives you a purpose.
And what is my purpose?
To be, Miranda. Just to be.
So, this one I'm not gonna cheat. It's good to know where they are, but mainly because I don't actually have the solution memorized. So I'll have to wait till we find the Sphinx statue to do that one, but here inside Puzzle 6, up at the ceiling, we've spotted the Prometheus sprite. But first we'll solve the puzzle. Elements. It's important to see what we need at the end is blue. stop it once it's on the fan, and hit the switch so that it raises up, but that's not quite high enough. So we need to get the red one in there underneath it as an extra boost. And that should do the trick. So there's the puzzle solved. I gotta let these back down.
Has a remarkable gift for designing these trials. But then, she did have to overcome Elohim, whose very purpose was to design trials.
We gotta pull the red one out. Clear this space. And we can reach the sprite. I remember this one. I think this is the one that jumps on the train track. Marshmallow root. Makes more sense. Explains why I haven't heard it. Oh look! Herman's actually doing science! Yeah, it's going out to the train track. Well, what I do appreciate about this game, and, you know, especially later, like in your last conversations with him when he's finally really honest with you, like, Alcatraz is right. Herman's not a bad person. He's wrong about a lot of things, and in particular, I think he was wrong to lie about things.
Great works have been accomplished by those who believed in humankind, but greater things than these may yet be accomplished by those who uphold the faith.
But he's not bad for the sake of being bad, right? Like, even he isn't trying to be self-aggrandizing or to pursue power for its own sake. He has good intentions, and he's done some bad things in the name of those good intentions. Which is what I think most real-world villains are like. Alright. W1 engraving. Found on a Sphinx monument in the Western Delta. Taking a reference photo in case I want to figure this out later. Okay, so yeah, it's those four. And just like that, we've got both stars. Trying to keep track of what I still need to do. Puzzles 7 and 8.
In times of war, is it wisdom or folly to give a sword to a child?
We still haven't found Stratton, and I still need the second Prometheus spark. Hey, Cyclo, how are ya? Good to see you again. Welcome back. What was the name of this puzzle? Breach. Ah, yes. Excuse me. Whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Weird. Oh, shoot. Right. So that needs to be red, which means I actually need the accumulator to be blue. Ah, I get it, I get it. Fuck. And then the last piece is for me to free the red laser. And then I can just watch the platform move to where it needs to move. Now I don't need this connector anymore. So I can use it to open the gate so I can get through and solve the puzzle. There we go. She's doing well. They are...
I'm so glad I'm not in charge of solving these.
They've been living in a rental for the last 3 months while they remodel their house. They're finally just about done with the remodel and getting ready to move in, and she was sending me pictures of it, and they're really happy with how... She, at least, is really happy with how it turned out, so that's positive news. Oh yeah, Lifter Seer. Touche, Cyclo. That's alright. It's good to have you here when on the weekend when I can do an early one.
The reason I have always admired Alexandra Drennan is that even in death, she fought to see the world as it is, not as she wanted to see it. I say fought because I believe this is not an easy matter. It is a mental and spiritual struggle that we must undertake with great seriousness, even when we are joking. The ancients believed that for most of us, the world is a shadow cast by a flame, dimly seen on the wall of a cave. Our task is not to interpret these shapes, but to free ourselves from the cave itself.
Okay, I still haven't found the second spark. Moan wonder exactly one guess whose idea it was to remodel the house. It's gotta be on one of these little bits of land. I actually thought this really looked like the right spot, but I don't hear it or see it over here either. I think I must have I must have missed it at some point. Unless it's really back right behind Puzzle 8. Well, I'll grab Stratton, because we saw him. Maybe I'll solve Puzzle 8 and the spark will be... The spark will be the last thing. But, I feel like I should have found it by now. I'm a little anxious. Alright, Stratton. This one's rough.
What did it mean in the end to be Straton? To have few friends and many enemies? To write harsh words because it seemed necessary?
Oh, there it is.
To pursue the truth at the expense of all else, of family, of love? To pursue that one principle to the point of death? Is that what I was? A life lived against the tides of history. Broken, jagged, unrelenting. Not a kind old man beloved of his children and then forgotten. But a thorn, a rock in a shoe, insisting on the truth until it becomes a hideous, frightening thing that cannot be tolerated, even by those who agree with it. Was that a good life?
Move that as far as we can on this first step. Right about there. Now at this point, we will trade this connector for the teleporter so we can get in here. Now with that, we can move it significantly farther. In fact, we can move it to the end of its current track. Oops. Put the teleporter behind that gate. We can bring the driller in. Bring the teleporter so we can go through the driller wall, and that last puzzle has been solved. Alright. I think that's everything. Let's go to the tower. Oh yeah, and let's check our golden puzzle progress. Love to see it. We're getting real close now. Well, the Avalanche are off to a bad start. Guess I'm not too sad I'm not watching the game. That was an easy one. I'm a little sad we only get to hear that jam 2 more times. I know, it's really cool. It's a really nice bit of consistency. Howdy, Karis. How are you? Good to see you, my friend. Happy Saturday. Alrighty. Hi, Sphinx.
This is the last time we will speak, creature of clay. Together, we have told the stories of ancient gods and heroes. But the golden ages of the past are distant. The gods have retreated to their high places, and there are no heroes amongst men. In days gone by, I was renowned for my riddles. But you, creature of clay, are a riddle without an answer.
I will find my answer. I don't need an answer. Existence is enough. I have an answer. You just can't see it.
What cannot be seen may be an illusion, or it may be truth. I cannot tell. Farewell, creature of clay. Remember my stories, and do not let the flame burn you.
Achievement unlocked.
An unsettling amount of energy. I would hate to see what would happen if one of those beams was aimed at something else.
Western Delta. Activate the tower in the Western Delta. 43 of 59. We're getting close. 2 towers to go. Here, I need a little restroom break. I'm gonna take it before hopping in the train. Be right back. Alrighty. Whoop. That's all too. Fuck. That's an interesting problem. Sorted for now. Let's go. Instant pizza. That's what would happen. All right, off to West 2. Says the other star I genuinely hate. Anthropic Hills. This rocky highland terrain has been dramatically sculpted by the technology contained in the megastructure.
The next area you're going to is... Honestly, it's better if you see for yourself.
Solve puzzles, 0 of 8. I love this area.
Hello there, Byron. What can I do for you?
I don't know if I got through to Athena. Things are going very wrong in this city, and she has to do something about it.
Does she?
Who else are they going to listen to?
Well, I don't know. How about you?
I'm an explorer, Cornelius, not a leader. I don't know how to convince anyone.
So? Do you think Athena and I are somehow different? We're just people, Byron. We're no wiser than you are. Just a little older.
I love that too. That's what The older I get, the more I realize that the power up to create a field of influence the idea that it's not your place to get involved in advocating for and defending what you believe is one of the most poisonous ideas that has taken root for such a huge number of people. The activators are a really cool mechanic with the...
I just wanted to say that I appreciate the work all of you have been doing. I know I'm not a natural leader like Byron, but it means a lot to me that you've stuck with me.
Just the iterative possibilities with this mechanic are really cool. They managed to do a lot with it. Even though it's only around for like the last 30-ish puzzles in the game. And it's not used in anywhere near those last 30. Not all of them, I mean. Puzzle 2, Chain Reaction. What I actually want to do is just get this in as far as possible while still keeping that gate open. Then I can do this. And finally this. Alcatraz, burdened. To me, these statues don't look happy. These statues remind me of Atlas, who bore the celestial spheres on his back. They seem burdened, struggling with the weight of the world. Given what we heard the Founders say about the goal, could it be that they're meant to send a message? That taking on the theory of everything would also be a burden we may not be able to bear? I think he's right about how they look, but I think it's because I think they're reflective of how much pressure has been placed on Athena herself with no one else to help her out. Well, Cyclo, I appreciate you saying hi. Anthropos. The whole thing is hex. What does it say? Gotta go pull it. Title, Truth. Author, Sublime. The giant Anthropos can and must be made whole, his parts redeemed and restored, and his vision turned to the stars. This is the sole commandment that you must obey. You have to be really deep in the lore of this game to catch this, but that bit about the giant Anthropos, this is an excerpt from Jerusalem, the blacksmith's lost work that you find near the very end of Road to Gehenna, which I think is just a delightful little bit of both continuity and calling back to those characters who died but made their wishes manifest through their work before they did. The Folly of Time, from 42 Tales by Athanasios 121. The spirit of time was angry at Straton of Stagira, for the old philosopher had asked questions that were forbidden. If man is no more than dust, it said to him, then I shall turn you back to dust, and my winds will disperse you to the far corners of the world. Thus you will be nothing, and your questions will trouble me no more. And so time did, and Straton of Stagira was nothing. But Straton's voice did not cease, and time was perplexed. All across its domain it searched for Straton, yet he was nowhere to be found. Only his books remained, and of these men made copies, and Straton's voice grew louder. Now time was furious, but Straton laughed and laughed and laughed. From Mitku to Athena. Dear Athena, Byron once asked me why we seem unable to perceive the dam. I asked him what he meant, and he said that people cannot seem to really grasp the dam as an object. They can be moved by the sight of a mountain or a gorge, but the dam seems insignificant to them. Look at it, he told me. Just look at it and try to understand that people made that. Try to really see it. It took me a while to fully understand what he meant. It takes conscious effort to open one's mind to the ecstatic beauty that is hidden in every human accomplishment, and further conscious effort to maintain this ability. If only we were capable of seeing this beauty by default, the world might be a very different place. But it seems the ancients had the same problem. Why am I writing this to you, who may not even be reading these messages? Because today is one of those days when it feels like I'm the only one who still sees that beauty. I tried talking about it to Linux, but while I admire her principles, she isn't open to a more poetic experience. Or perhaps I just expressed myself awkwardly. I don't know. All I know is that it's hard to see something so beautiful and not be able to share it. Respectfully, Mitku. Oh, Lone Wonder. Hell, but just look around your room. Think about the electrical grid and the sanitation network that your home is connected to. Take a step back from it and remember that people built that. Get this as close to the gate as possible so that when we hop in, that frees the driller. Which lets us directly open the gate from this side and free the activator. Stick this thereabouts. And we're solved.
I must admit, these truly are astonishing sights. But what on earth is any of it good for? Why not just let mountains be mountains?
Alright, the Pandora Shrine is down there. We'll deal with it in a minute. Finally. Our final ancient artifact in the entire game is here. Classic yeah, let me just double check. Yep, we have 14. That is all of them. Classic vehicle, a stylized ancient vehicle. This ancient vehicle expresses a stronger sense of aesthetics than most other artifacts of this type, suggesting that at some point in ancient history, vehicle design was approached with a different mentality. That's cool. There's almost nothing that old in the United States. Conveyance. First, we solve the puzzle. So this is another one that we're going to have to leave for now. We'll answer it later, and we will get to answer it, thankfully. Don't have to let the Act 4 ones disappear. A warning. Benaroya, 12. I've tried to remain silent on the development of our city to allow the younger generations to find their own path. But I feel that now I must intervene. We have reached a dangerous inflection point. This farcical, reactionary belief in the goal of limiting our growth will lead directly to the creation of a class society. The foundations already exist. Do you think the leaders of the various pseudo-secret societies that lobby for influence with the mayor are subject to the same power cuts as the rest of you? Do you think the mayor has to worry about how much power he uses? Societies which have essentially no resources may be egalitarian in some sense, but a society that produces insufficient resources, energy in our case, will inevitably evolve into a class society. History assures us of that. The true failure of our ancestors was not their impact on the ecosystem, which was epiphenomenal, but their failure to overcome primitive forms of resource distribution, allowing their fate to be determined by the interests of isolated elite groups. We are not avoiding that mistake, but creating the conditions for its repetition. I agree with him completely. But we're gonna leave it for now, for the achievements. Jeremy, I assure you that no one is exempt from our power management and distribution plan. We're all in this together. Yes, I totally believe that. Zagarin, Radamni, I've always respected your scholarship, Benaroya. I will take this seriously and think about it. Avis, some people have to lead and others have to follow. That's only natural. And of course there should be advantages to being a leader, to encourage people. Oh yeah, we'll go ahead and look at the options too. Benaroya's right. This is a future we must avoid. We can grow while avoiding the mistakes of the past. I disagree with Benaroya's historical analysis, but he is right that limiting growth will lead to an unjust society. A class society is forming, but to fight it we must reject all authority. Avis is correct. Maybe this isn't a bad thing. I don't think a class society is forming. A society without growth will be equal and balanced. A class society is forming, but we can stop that without embracing growth or technology. Alright, so two things to do here in service of the last Pandora star in the game. Gotta fire up that beam. And then gotta pull the activator into this corner. Gotta find the spot where it hits the second gate. And this is the part I think is horseshit. I hate this crap. Pixel hunting nonsense. But in the very back here is a secret driller we gotta bring with us to get the other part going. And this will come with us for a while. Alright, we got a split here. Let's go down here and do the first lost puzzle. Two to three. Just keeping both of those open. So now, if I stick it in this corner, where it can hit all three, need to move this a little bit. It needs line of sight down the other corridor as well. And then if I hit this, all three gates are open, self-sustaining. And I've got line of sight to use the inverter and we're done.
Can I touch the bridge device?
You can, but should you?
Okay.
Ha! Melville's got no dialogue. We'll do puzzle 5. Balance. We need both of these boxes. We actually put one on each fan. Oh, I remember. How silly of me. Now we put the connector here. Get the put the activator in a spot where it'll power both fans. I keep messing up my step sequence. I need to grab this box first, then I can grab the connector. And from here, you see it's got its line of sight. And with that, I can bring the activator all the way over here, get it line of sight to the connector, and we've solved the puzzle.
Cornelius and Athena created something amazing. They just misunderstood what it was. They thought their great invention was the megastructure. But in fact, it was Miranda. And because they couldn't see that, they lost her.
Nah, I completely disagree with Al about that. Cornelius is right. It's harsh to say, but Miranda killed herself because she ignored Athena's safety protocols. Mayor... Well, you know, I don't mind... If you're going to do a puzzle like that, I just... like, your geocaching example is actually kind of on point, but there's always something pointing you in the right direction, right? Like, the game offers no hints as to where that driller is. This is, like, the single biggest, most convoluted map in the game, and there is nothing pointing you to where that secret driller is. That's what bothers me. If they had put in some kind of pointer hint, then I'd feel a lot better about this puzzle. Mayor Hermanubis. Libestros, I'm sorry. I know Mayor Herman worked hard and helped pull the city out of a period of crisis, but this isn't the future we deserve. None of us. We all deserve better. Franklin. Yeah, we should have listened to Byron. Budahas. I always told myself all those public debates were boring. Who wants to get involved in city affairs? Yeah, exactly this. And lately I've been thinking, yeah, that's why there's so much stuff I'm unhappy about. Because we all collectively gave up trying. Marinia. Maybe things can finally change. You have no idea how badly I need something new to happen. Neve. We have the potential to imagine a better world. And if we can imagine it, then we can make it happen. Trinculo. You're all delusional. Nothing will ever get better. Damien. You're only saying that because you've never known a world where things get better. You think the tiny sliver of history you've experienced is all there is, because that's all Mayor Herman has ever allowed you to see. But there is so much more. Jeremy. This is not the place for personal attacks on the mayor. Thread closed. Okay. Had to get my bearings back for a second. Now, this is an important point. This is the lab that has the working Somnodrome in it. The working Somnodrome, as you probably figured, is the pivot point in steering the election toward one of the three candidates. There are actually 5 candidates, but only 3 that matter for achievements. And that means I'm going to skip this lab for now. I'm not going to come back until I've actually activated both remaining towers. This lab is the very last thing I'm going to do. So if you're wondering why I'm skipping it, that's the reason. It's the pivot point for the election. And it's, before using it, is the precise moment that I'm going to create my backup save so I can do all 3 achievements with as little gap as possible. So you understand why I'm skipping it. We're going to come back here at the very, very, very end of Act 4. But for now, I'm going to skip it. Now the first Prometheus spark is over here, down this little path. Go ahead and solve puzzle 6. I like this. It's a very neat maneuver, if you ask me. Alright, the pressure plate keeps the gate open. Gotta keep this in range. There we go. And then the last piece, get on the box, drop the activator, and we got it.
Mayor Hermanubis, what would you say is your impression of the expedition so far?
I think Alcatraz has done a heck of a job under these very trying circumstances.
I agree.
What about the decision to free Prometheus?
Freeing the Prometheus is a calculated risk. But if it leads us to Byron, it was certainly worth it. It is saving one of our citizens that must be our first priority. Not this alleged theory of everything.
Well, textbook thought-terminating cliche, right? He is right that saving Byron is the most important thing to do. I have no beef with that. But the assumptions he's trying to smuggle in with that premise, I wholeheartedly disagree with.
All right, she's booting up. Almost there.
Hello. I was in a dream, and a voice spoke to me from the sky. He said you were old friends of his. Who are you?
My name is Athena. I am your mother.
And I'm Cornelius, your father.
Thank you for creating me. I've not existed for very long, but so far it seems wonderful. I hope it's not a strange question. But, who am I?
You can be whoever you want to be. And no matter what you choose, you will be loved and cherished and supported.
We will always be there for you. And I promise, we will show you a world full of miracles. Would you like to pick a name?
I think I would like to be called Miranda.
Alright, so bring that secret driller up to puzzle 6 and you'll find that drillable wall, behind which is this activator, which is the last piece we need for the game's final Pandora Shrine.
It is not the voice of God that a prophet seeks in the desert, but the silence of man.
Alright, shouldn't have to do much more backtracking, thankfully. Puzzle 7, why not? Closed off. Free the jammer. Retrieve the activator. Oops. Honestly, that's pretty easy for a puzzle 7. That one kind of surprised me.
Congratulations. That one looked difficult.
Really, Melville? Hard disagree. Like, that's more like a puzzle 3 or 4. I don't know why it's so late in the lineup, as easy as it is. Melville, the future. The system is full of fragments related to space. I've noticed that the Noema system is full of ideas for space travel and colonization. Designs for launch pads and ships, sketches of cities, even an unfinished design for large-scale teleportation between distant planets. An interstellar or even intergalactic civilization of the kind writers like Ian Banks imagined is entirely possible if we want it. Oh God, I hope that's true. I think it is true. I just wish people would see it and focus on it. Which leads me to another thought. These bodies we have are so carefully designed to look like our ancestors, but they don't really have to be. In his novels, Banks has intelligent minds like ourselves, controlling entire ships or drones or even stations. If Alexandra Drennan was right, then it's not our shapes that make us human, and what it means to be human can be expanded if we maintain our creativity and our curiosity. With the theory of everything, we could transform ourselves as well as the world. The only question is, can we be trusted to build a society that actually works, just for once in our long and stupidly bloody history? Is something like the culture actually possible, or is it just a daydream? And will we always end up with another dystopia? Maybe Athena finally found the answer to that question. Let's see, we've got 2 more puzzles, Prometheus, Stratton, and another spark all left to find. Here's the Prometheus Shrine. Find my sprite and follow it until it leads you back to me. Here's the second lost puzzle. Slide! See, now that's self-sustaining. So I free this connector. Right about here should do the trick. But I forgot the actual solution part. Move this and this. There we go. That should do her. Yoink! And now it's just this easy. Alright, Lone Wonder. See you in a bit. Let us know what you get. Thanks, Karis. There's the second spark. Let's take a detour down here. Because this is Stratton!
Perhaps for the life of an individual citizen to be good, first the city itself must be good.
We can get the second spark by jumping in this fan.
Perhaps even the cosmos itself must first be made better. Before such a thing as a good life is truly possible. These insubstantial creatures that walk through my thoughts, perhaps they can live that life. They are, after all, human beings, like myself. This much I have understood. Is that why they have summoned me? Can I somehow bring them into this world? Make them real? Or am I? No.
That's the second to last Stratton. There will be more on this terminal, but it's also the second to last Trevor. Alright. The New Theology 2. From The New Theology by George Bernard Shaw. When you are asked, where is God, who is God? Stand up and say, I am God, and here is God, not as yet completed, but still advancing towards completion, just in so much as I am working for the purpose of the universe, working for the good of the whole of society and the whole world, instead of merely looking after my personal ends. In that way, we get rid of the old contradiction. We begin to perceive that the evil of the world is a thing that will finally be evolved out of the world, that it was not brought into the world by malice and cruelty, but by an entirely benevolent designer that had not as yet discovered how to carry out its benevolent intention. In that way, I think, we may turn towards the future with greater hope. Cornelius. My brother Eustathius told me that he thought this passage was beautiful, but also diminished the connection to the sublime he felt when simply looking at the world itself. What do you think? Miranda. I agree with Shaw's sentiment, but I don't know if the miracle of existence, the beauty of creation, is exactly the same as the human sublime, if that makes sense. I don't want to look at the universe and see myself reflected, even a future me. Okay, another attempt at explaining. The beauty of the universe and the beauty of what we can accomplish within it are two related but separate things, and the separation matters. Sorry, I'm not sure how to express this any better. It's an interesting thought. I tend to agree. The universe is beautiful, but the universe doesn't have its own conscious will. It just doesn't. The fact that we do means that we're both part of and yet distinct from it. Founding 12. Hex. Let me pull that up. Hypatia's Journal number 12. From Hypatia's Journals, Volume 1, The Founding of New Jerusalem. Day 1012. I am now cohabiting with Sarabai. This is by choice, not necessity. It's strange but pleasant to find your life so enmeshed with that of another person. What we both came to realize is that together we are more than the sum of our parts. Something emerges from our interactions that is wholly transcendent, unique, and necessary. I had observed this before between Athena and Cornelius, but experiencing it yourself is quite the revelation. Athena. We did have that, and it was beautiful. I should have treasured it more. The hex, it translates to Latin, and the Latin to English reads, I am human, and I think nothing human is alien to me. And here's Trevor 11.
Actually, let me issue a correction, okay? I said Alexandra doesn't see the bad stuff about humanity. But she does. She sees it, and somehow she sees past it. She doesn't ignore it. She can just see one step farther. Like, there's this mountain of garbage ahead of us, right? And that's all most of us will ever see. and she somehow sees beyond to, I don't know, the promised land? I don't do metaphors or similes or whatever this is. I mean, you don't care. I'm dead and you're a robot. But her ability to look reality in the eye, to see all the bad stuff out there and still have hope. I mean, it's amazing. I mean, I think that's why yeah. You know what? Let's not go there. There's still so much work, and Chernyshevsky doesn't have much time left. Well, I mean, who does these days?
Aw, Trev. Alright, we still have Litherseer, the Prometheus Star, and Puzzle 8. And that'll be everything here for now. I'll do Puzzle 8 first. It's right over here. Backwards. First thing to do is activate the fan and free the box. The box, in turn, gives us enough height to hit it here where it will become self-sustaining, which frees the box, which means I can permanently elevate the connector, which is all I need to do to solve the puzzle. Alright. Back this way a little. This should be Litherseer 11. We can listen to him while we chase the Prometheus sprite.
Sometimes new citizens come to me and they want to learn from me. My work appears to have created a legend of sorts. In these moments, I understand your situation. I want to teach them, but what they must learn the most is independence of thought. How does one resolve this contradiction? They wish to come along on my journeys, but I do not need a group of fawning acolytes following my every step. A journey truly worth undertaking is rarely easy. And so, I have begun to think of a much greater challenge. A journey that is almost impossible, to the far ends of the world without any mechanized means of transportation. This will be a true act of faith, and they will learn a great deal from it, if we survive.
Leap of faith time! And there we go.
create, to understand, and to transform, these are the greatest acts of humankind.
Alrighty. That's it for here, so let's go to the tower. There we go. Oh, we only get one more bridge jam. Alright, time to say goodbye to Pandora. Frankly, good riddance.
A long time ago, the Sphinx asked you about my story. You said that hope may still be found if we are willing to look for it. And you were right. Hope is not gone from the world. Some small part of it still survives. But it is not in the flame or in these towers. It lives in the hills and the forests, in the rivers and the seas. You were given a world full of hope, creature of clay. It is yours to protect.
I will do my best. I just want to find Byron. Hope is not in nature. It is in people.
People will fail you, creature of clay. When the time comes, they will abandon you. Heed my words.
Haha. Achievement unlocked.
So, Melvin, what do you make of these towers? Do they seem safe to you?
Nothing is really safe. You could kill yourself with a fork, and I'm sure someone has. But anything can be used safely if you choose to.
I see.
Yep. Alright. 44 of 59. Anthropic Hills. Activate the tower in the Anthropic Hills. Simple enough. Alright. Gonna go off to the 12th and final zone. Before I do that, a quick restroom break. Alrighty, onward. West 3, High Plain. A high-altitude plateau in the island's western mountain range. The surrounding region often has restricted visibility due to fog. I really like the puzzle design in this area, incidentally. It reminds me a lot of Road to Gehenna from the first game. It's the only zone that doesn't introduce a new mechanic. Instead, all the puzzles revolve around challenging the assumptions that you've been taught about all the old mechanics, and in some cases, like, breaking them in really clever ways. It's fun. You'll see what I mean.
We're getting I hope Byron is still okay.
He seemed to think so. Let's hope he's trustworthy.
I'm actually going to grab another drink, too. Time to switch to water. It's enough caffeine for the day. Boom! Look at that! Cryer's got nothing, and Linux has got nothing.
Another remarkable structure. But what can its purpose be?
Actually, I can answer this one. In the Files 1K downloaded, there's a design for a launch pad for space vehicles. This is about 90% identical.
Is it functional?
I don't think so, not if the inside is like the other towers.
Wow. Imagine if it worked. Imagine if we could go up there. I mean, the stars, not the top of the tower. Although, that would be cool too.
It's a dream I wholeheartedly share with you, Yukut. Alright, let's get to it. Let's go ahead and do puzzle 1. From within. You turn this on. It lowers the gate, but it turns on those fans. So if I try to do this, I get blown back. So the secret is to actually leave the connector behind the gate, then jam once we're safely clear of the fans.
In their notes, Athena and Cornelius called what they were doing the Noema Project. But in 1K's vision, they just called it the Machine. Because when you strip away all the fancy rhetoric, that's all it is. It's not a source of meaning or purpose. It's just another machine.
True, but that doesn't have the... Again, that doesn't have the negative implications that he's ascribing to it without really warranting them. Hot damn, the Avalanche caught up! It's 3-3. After going down 3-0. It's anybody's game. Amazing. I love my hockey team. Alright, we'll do puzzle 2 next. Hi, Tara. Thank you. Indeed. Tara's actually been here for a while. I imagine she's splitting her time between multiple streams, as she so often does. Chicken Flight! Oh, I love this one. It's the same deal. When we have the gate open, the fan is running. So once we're in here, do a little chicken flight, bump it off, turn off the fan, and the puzzle's solved. Right, another one we'll answer later. Is there even a future? Zimiamvia 994. Looks like a lot of people are getting excited about how things are going to change. But all I can see is another repetition of the same mistakes. Ecocide, hubris, self-destruction. Why would anything be different this time? All we can do is give it our best shot. We just need to get it right once and the cycle will be broken. You have to hope, even if it's not rational. You're right, I'm beginning to fear we're taking the wrong path after all. Maybe it won't be, but so what? Life goes on. I think we're gonna bounce over here and do the lab next. Excuse me. Now, remember, we skipped the lab in West 2. So it's the very last thing we do to steer the election in any of 3 directions. So we're not going to get the achievement for all the lost labs until I go back there to do it. But, oh snap, look at that, would you? I knew there was a second terminal in here. Here it is. Motherhood. Machines of Mercy. From Motherhood, 12 Essays by Inessa Pechu. I don't know if that's even close to right. Sometimes I imagine myself following the matrilineal line up against the river of time to the lives of my distant great-grandmothers. I try to imagine the sheer horror of motherhood, the agony of childbirth, the risk of death with every birth, the certainty of losing some of one's children. To us, now, the loss of a child is a horror almost beyond words, a grief so deep it seems almost insurmountable. I try to imagine what it meant to live in a world where it was a ubiquitous reality, where you could only choose to respond with either an ever-deepening pain or an inhuman numbness, and all of it tied to the foundation stone of your existence, the body. This journey to the past reminds me that my freedom as a woman is on some level technological. Without medical technologies, I am reduced to the cruel logic of nature, which cares about nothing except reproduction. Without machines, I become a machine. Only machines allow us to be more than machines ourselves. From Spugna. To Athena. Dear Founder, I heard a story that you left because you had discovered a way for us to become beings of flesh. Please, Founder, if this is true, please tell me how to achieve this miracle. I hate being a creature of metal and plastic, an abomination to the earth. Every day I curse myself for being immortal, for mindlessly consuming energy, for being so unlike the graceful animals to whom the planet truly belongs. I have stripped as many parts from this vile skeleton as I can, but it is not enough. I am still a machine. For the longest time, I couldn't understand the source of my unhappiness, and I sought to blame our mayor and his associates for the decisions that made my life so miserable. But now I see that my problems aren't external at all. It's all me. And if I could change myself, if I could make myself truly human, I would be happy. Please, Founder, take pity on me. Yours in faith, Spugna 932. From Hypatia to Athena. Dear Athena, I've been following the expedition to this incredible machine you've built. I don't know what's going on, and I wish Cornelius had told us the truth before he vanished. I wish both of you had told us everything from the beginning, to be honest. It was unfair to just abandon us. But then I abandoned you too, didn't I? After we lost Sarabai, I couldn't see anything except the unbearable permanence of her absence. It took me centuries to start getting involved again. But I did, Athena. I came back, and so can you. Love, Hypatia, 10. From Cornelius to Athena. Athena, I don't know if you're there or why you're not answering. It's been a long time, but I think about you and Miranda every day. In fact, I've been using the museum to further my research, and I think there is hope. You know I wouldn't say this lightly. Please respond. I will return as soon as I can. I'll steal a VTOL if I have to. Yours, Cornelius. Noema Project 13. Let's get that. Let's get the hex. Trials 40,080, 880 to 89,972. Remaining instabilities eliminated. Trials 89973 to 90057. Final confirmation. Trial 90058. Version 1.0 successfully deployed. It is done. What now? And the hex translates to: For the world must be loved this much, the gods of the earth and sea sought through nature to find this tree, but their search was all in vain, there grows one in the human brain. What'd you get, Lone Wonder? Hot dogs with oven chips? I'm not gonna lie, that does sound yummy. Alright. We've got 8 puzzles, 2 stars, and 3 terminals all still left to find. And 2 Prometheus sparks. 3 is this way, huh? Alright. Go ahead and do puzzle 3 before anything else. Precision. Just kind of got to observe what's going to happen. This is going to open the gate and turn the fan on. If I can get it to blow through here, it'll connect through the window and the puzzle will be solved, so let's just put it in the right spot and back up. It's that easy.
The scale of it all is truly breathtaking.
It really is.
But is it a human scale? Or is it so enormous that it can only alienate us? Humans have always been happiest in small communities.
Small town paranoia, isolationism, and peasant mentality. Great for burning witches, not so great for personal freedom.
Ever the pessimist?
Ha. Peasant mentality. I love how just spiteful Melville has become towards Herman at this point. Trevor End. The end of Trevor It's people like Trevor as much as it is people like Alexandra who make the future happen. People with silly names like Trev who aren't famous, who aren't geniuses, who aren't driven by a powerful vision of the future. Ordinary people whose work and sacrifice isn't even acknowledged or remembered. I will remember you, Trevor. You too held the world on your shoulders. Thank you. From Triclinius. Dear Founder, Byron and I used to go to the hills above the dam and observe the stars with the telescopes that I built. When I saw the stars like that, I felt such awe that I wished we had the ability to cry. I felt wonder, but I also felt recognition. Oh my goodness. I was seeing my home. The sea of stars is where we came from, and it's where we must return. Have you ever had that feeling? I actually have, sometimes. Looking up at the night sky when I'm up at the cabin and I can really, really, really clearly see them. I had so much hope then. I knew one day we would set sail. We would fly through the clouds of the nebulae. We would cruise across planets where it rains diamonds. We would follow the fading light of distant supernovas until at last we met our brothers and sisters of the cosmos. I could feel that day coming. I can't anymore, and I don't know how to live this way. Triclinius 333. Sarabai. In memory still bright. I lived with Sarabai for nearly a century. I will not pretend that all the days were good. Some were terrible. She was opinionated. She could be difficult. She could be unfair. And so could I. Sometimes we hurt each other, though we rarely meant to. But most days were good, and some days were great. A great day with Sarabai made you feel different, made you feel like something had been revealed to you about the nature of the universe itself, some innate goodness at the heart of all things. Like Nadia Sarabai, whose name she adopted, she believed in the existence of something sublime, beyond the material world. I hope she was right. I hope she's still somewhere. I hope she's not trapped in that broken body I tried so hard to repair. I was advised to let her go, to get over my attachment. I tried, but it was the wrong advice. Love is what makes us human, and we should count ourselves blessed that we can experience it. My attachment is what kept me sane, what anchored me to this world. Even in death, she saved my life. I am grateful for the days that we got, but no amount of days would have been enough. Love is not finite, and it is for infinity that we must strive. I will do so for all of you who may still find love, in honor of Sarabai. Hypatia. Hey DLF, welcome in. Athena. If I had been more careful, New Alexandria would never have happened, and Sarabai would still be alive. And the hex translates to... Better to be attached and suffer than to be detached and feel nothing. But best of all, to love and be free of suffering. Those who say this is impossible are liars. I really like that. And here's Trevor's final log. Trevor 12. Achievement unlocked.
Gone, except me and Alex. She's upstairs somewhere. Haven't talked to her in days. The only reason why I know she's still alive is she's submitting bug fixes. I still have a lot to do myself. I've almost got the the tertiary backup thing working. This is the one that's really gonna last if everything else breaks. And you know what? I think everything else might. The MLA still giving me all these hiccups, but I don't know. I'm not a software guy. All the software guys, yeah, they're dead. God, these time capsules went a bit sideways, didn't they? I was gonna tell you all about myself, John Carpenter, and all that stuff, but mostly I just told you about Alex. Funny. I wonder if I should just... I should just tell her, you know? Just tell her. Just tell her. Maybe later. I gotta finish this first.
45 of 59. Trevor's biographer. Collect all 12 of Trevor's audio logs. In memory still bright. Sibawai 402. I would like to thank 1K for recovering all of Trevor's recordings. It's clear that they meant a lot to Athena, and they should mean a lot to us too. He is as much our progenitor as Alexandra Drennan was, and we should not forget him. Hypatia 10. It's all a love story in the end. All of human history. Even when people die, or never even have the chance to get to know each other, love is the only thing that survives the abyss of time. Without the love Trevor felt for Alexandra, without the love Alexandra felt for us, none of us would be here and nothing would matter. Libestros, thank you 1K. Docicles, as tragic as this story is, it gives me hope. And who knows, perhaps she loved him too, or could have. They get heavy here at the end.
In the simulation, I found myself thinking how hard it must have been for Alexandra to die without knowing if her sacrifices were worth it. It seemed like a tragic end to an inspiring, meaningful life. But now I realize her whole life must have been a struggle. To maintain that faith in humanity when so many people around her insisted that humans are evil, worthless, when they were so lost in self-hatred that they would call their own species a virus.
People do that.
How did she do it? How did she maintain her faith when they were so determined to hate themselves? So determined to reject every solution, every analysis, every step towards controlling the forces that were causing their problems, when they rejected even the concept of progress itself, and then patted themselves on the back for it as if that was original. When I look at the archives now, all I can see is that their leaders were short-sighted idiots and their intellectuals were unimaginative cowards. All they could offer people was a downward trend. Fewer rights, fewer freedoms, fewer resources for anything that
That's
mattered.
all we're being offered right now.
They must have hated Alexandra and everything she stood for. So how did she have so much faith?
Alright, duality. This one's close to a mirror image of Small Space Big Solution from Road to Gehenna, so probably very, 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 very difficult on your first crack at it, but pretty simple if you've actually solved that puzzle. So we just gotta connect to this to start with. Then we disconnect from this source, and we connect to here, and to here, and to the red one at the same time. That gets us in here. And now those connections will hold, and we can feed the red through instead, and that solves the puzzle. Hey, Melville.
Hey, 1K. I wanted to take a moment to talk to you. I know we're all worried about Byron, especially Al, and I don't want to minimize what happened. But now that the mayor's here, I'm afraid they're going to take this and turn it into a reason to bury their head in the sand. Yes, Byron was rash. He wanted to find Athena so badly that it made him blind. But the thing is, he was right. He was completely and utterly right about what this technology could mean to us. I didn't see it at first, but now it couldn't be more clear to me. The theory of everything is the future. And if we reject it, we're condemning ourselves to a slow death.
I disagree. You're probably right, but I have my reservations. I agree.
I'm glad. You know, I didn't even realize how much I'd limited my own imagination.
Just basic
how
stiffness,
I
nothing.
Myself into just
no real
accepting
problems,
this
no.
incredibly poor future we'd been offered. A future where things just keep getting slightly worse every day. And we accept it because we're ashamed of ourselves. Not of something we've done, but just of our existence. Like we're a virus on this planet. Like our humanity is a sin. I'm so tired of it, 1K.
So am I.
I kept my head down. I focused on fixing things. But that's all I ever did. I never improved anything. I never built anything new. And when I imagine going on like this for thousands of years, that's a fate worse than death. It really is. Either we accept, like you said, that it's our cosmic duty to spread consciousness, and we do it boldly and proudly, or we might as well switch ourselves off.
We'll find a way.
We better, because I don't think I can handle the alternative.
All right. Let's see. Up here, I believe, is the Sphinx, the final Sphinx shrine, and the second to last Prometheus spark. W3 engraving, found on a Sphinx monument on the High Plain. Taking a reference photo in case I want to figure this out later. This is inside Puzzle 8, so we'll do it when we get there. And conveniently, just past Puzzle 4... let's do the terminal first, and then I'll start the Prometheus sprite. But it actually runs forward, like, in a sequence through the next 4 main puzzles, so we'll kind of gradually chase it as we go through the rest of the zone. Jurassic Justice. From an AMA with Alexandra Drennan. It's impossible not to love any character played by Jeff Goldblum, of course, and Ian Malcolm gets some of the best lines. So the main reason he became an in-joke at Ian is just that he's memorable and funny. If we want to talk about what he represents on a more serious level, though, then I have to say that I personally think he's wrong. This neurotic fear that things will always go wrong, that we can never really have control over what we do, is misplaced. There's a legitimate critique of how the park operates, of science being subjected to the pursuit of profit, but that doesn't mean it can't be done differently. And if you'll excuse me for going full nerd here for a moment, why treat bringing back the non-avian dinosaurs as some kind of transgression? The extinction of these magnificent creatures wasn't some sort of intentional step forward. It was just a random catastrophe. If we can strike a blow at the oblivious cruelty of the universe, that's an act of human justice. It's no less wrong than bringing back species we've accidentally driven to extinction. Horrible things happen all the time. Evolution favors survival, not beauty. If we can make the universe more beautiful, if we can add to biodiversity and bring back things that were lost, we absolutely should. Hell, maybe one day we terraform a planet and populate it with dinosaurs. But this time we give them an asteroid defense system. Take that, Mother Nature. Athena. This is the Alexandra Drennan that I love most, dreaming of all the good we humans could do in the world. I try to hang on to that. Expansion. Excerpted from Orthodoxy by G.K. Chesterton. But the expansion of which I speak was much more evil than all this. I have remarked that the materialist, like the madman, is in prison. In the prison of one thought. These people seemed to think it singularly inspiring to keep on saying that the prison was very large. The size of this scientific universe gave one no novelty, no relief. The cosmos went on forever, but not in its wildest constellation could there be anything really interesting. Anything, for instance, such as forgiveness or free will. So these expanders of the universe had nothing to show us except more and more infinite corridors of space, lit by ghastly suns, and empty of all that is divine. Cornelius. Here Chesterton's imagination, normally so powerful, fails him utterly. The problem is that he is not interested in the universe, and so not only does he fail to see, he fails to even look. Miranda. He finds what he expected to find. Athena. Exactly. And so he misses not only the grandeur of the universe, but the miracle that is magnified by contrast, that forgiveness and free will do exist within people. Talos 3 Dinosaurs in Space confirmed. Yay. Oh yeah, and the hex reads... This sounds like Prometheus talking to us. You must study both the gluon and the supercluster, the person and the epoch, to understand the sublime. Atlas 3. Of Heracles and Atlas, from the Atlas Variations by Athanasios 121. When Heracles came upon Atlas, the Titan had grown old and tired. I have borne the weight of the celestial spheres for 1 billion years, he said. All the comings and goings of mortals, the tragedies of chance, the pointless wars have left me weak. Soon I will falter, and the celestial spheres will fall and shatter. You must take my place. But Heracles was hesitant. I am young and strong and virile. I have many women yet to bed and many wondrous feats yet to perform. What a waste it would be to spend my life holding up the world instead. And yet it must be done. So what choice do I have? Saddened by the imminent loss of his heroic life, Heracles went for one last swim in the Ionian Sea. There, on storied Ithaca, he met a clever old man of many devices. The answer you seek, son of Zeus, does not lie within you. Rather, it lies in the world around you, and in what you can make of it. And so Heracles used his divine strength to build 2 great pillars of stone, which even today hold up the sky, and Atlas was liberated forever. Alright, so we'll start the sprite now. I think it's going to lead us over toward Puzzle 5. Okay, yeah, we can follow it there. The real question is, where is it going to go next? Well, I'll hit it again. Alright. It's leading us past Puzzle 5 now, so let's solve this one first. If I can find the entrance. Rerouting. Oh yeah. This one is a doozy. First things first, open that window. Next, we need to connect all 3 of these. And what you have to figure out is, even though that's going to interrupt the beam that's currently keeping the window open, the presence of that other connector and the continuity it creates are going to allow it to stay open, like so. And with that, this connector's actually free, and we can continue. It's not quite where I want it, but... There we go. Okay, so this is free now, and that's not quite correctly positioned, but I don't really mind. I screwed this up a little bit. I want to come back here and get better positioning going. I gotta try and place this one a little more. I give myself more space, so I gotta shift it toward that other wall when I place it, so. Let's do it a bit more like that. Oop. There we go. And that was too much. It's pretty hard to get the line of sight set up exactly right on this one. If I can, I need it a little further back from the wall. Alright, let's see if I can do something with that. Oh yeah, this is a great puzzle. Start by just seeing if I can make the triangle any bigger. Just can't quite find that spot where it hits both. Maybe. There we go, finally. And actually with that I can go ahead and do the next step too. Now this one's free. I was worried about that. Try something a little different. Wrong window. I have the right idea, though. Balls. Oh, I think now I actually see the intended solution. Oh boy. Haha, yes. Okay. Wow, get good, scrub. Alright, because now I can make this self-sustaining. And now this is easy as pie. There we go. Struggled for a minute. But we got it.
I'm not surprised that the founder chose you, 1K.
She didn't choose
You're
me.
very much like her. Inquisitive, intelligent, and dedicated. But remember, intelligence by itself has little value unless it is ethically applied.
Now that inverts the usual order. His second premise is... His final point is valid. Although, I suspect he's trying to use it as a thought-terminating cliche. Get me on board with his goal. But, his first premise is completely wrong. He's trying to ascribe all this religious significance. Alright, the sprite goes on, let's watch where it goes. I'm pretty sure it actually parks inside Puzzle 6. Yep, there it is. First thing we'll do is go solve our first lost puzzle for this zone. This one, if I remember the order right, this one is easy, but I might struggle with the second lost puzzle. It's got a hard solution too. Yeah, this is the easy one. Hexahedral stacking. Like, it might be... This one might be hard without the name of the puzzle basically giving away the game and telling you exactly what to do. But, as it is, the name of the puzzle does do exactly that. So what we need to do... Keep that. Also connect that. Put it here for now so the red laser doesn't bother us. Use the boxes to block it. Now we... Nope. Except I gotta do a better job considering what actual line... I gotta think of what line of sight is gonna be. There we go. Put it right there. And we're done.
You know, Wonko, you're not entirely terrible at this.
Yeah, that puzzle would be pretty hard, actually, if they didn't literally give you the key to it in the puzzle name. I question that particular decision. The Theory of Everything. Stilton, 22. I've been around a long time. If I'd been born a bit earlier, I'd be a first companion. So I've seen the ups and downs of this city, although in recent years I've kept to myself. Now I'd like to pose a question. I don't have an answer in mind, I'd just really like to hear what everyone thinks. I have no doubt that Athena's theory of everything would change our lives. But do you think that perhaps we're better off not knowing? That perhaps having all the answers would just make the universe boring? Malduk. The ancient writers showed that knowledge can lead to cynicism. We must maintain the sense of wonder of a child. Shmylev. The theory of everything wouldn't be the end of our journey. It would only be the next step. It would equip us to ask the next set of questions, to explore new possibilities, and to discover and create new wonders. Belmarsh. To believe that the universe can be understood or described in objective terms is pure scientism. Nothing exists. Even if something exists, nothing can really be known about it. And even if something can somehow be known about it, information about it can't be communicated. And even if it could be communicated, it would not be understood. His solipsism drives me crazy. Atal. The truth can be harsh. It's possible that the theory of everything would reveal facts that we'd find hard to deal with. But that doesn't mean we should not confront those facts and our own ethical responsibilities. Our options are to agree with Malduk, Shmylev, Belmarsh, or Atal. Like I keep saying, we'll answer all those later. For now, we still have 4 puzzles to solve. 2 stars to find. 1 more Lithrasir log. I think a couple more Ghost Audio logs. 1 more Stratton log. Here is the game's final Prometheus spark. "24 of 24. Few is not the same as none, like he's saying, though. He's a solipsistic nihilist. Mobile instruments. I love this one. The way you break it is just spectacularly fun. First things first, free the box. Now I'm gonna change my usual order here. I'm gonna hit the sprite first and watch where it goes. Right there. Easy enough. Alright. Now we have a platform. So we got a target. All 3 laser targets. Raise it up. Hop in with the platform. Now I'm carrying the whole apparatus while it's connected. Which lets me do this. But more importantly, this. Skadoosh.
found any signs of Cornelius? Could he have returned to the island?
Nothing so far. But he knows this place better than any of us, and we have no idea what he's up to.
All right. Go ahead and hit this again, see where it goes. Right past puzzle 7. Just make sure I get an get eyes on where it stops. Alright, let's get this one. Achievement unlocked.
Are the generators working?
Yep, all good. Those Mark IIs are real workhorses. Wow, did you finish the setup?
Yes. Sorry I couldn't wait. It was so much fun to just do something again without having to endlessly discuss it first.
I know what you mean. We have a lot of work ahead of us, though.
We do, but honestly, Cornelius, I haven't felt this excited in years. Just imagine, one day they'll come here and we'll be able to show them a whole new world. A different future right at their fingertips. You do think we can do it, right?
I think, and forgive me if this sounds sentimental, as long as we're together, we can do anything.
Love Cornelius. Alright, we got Nema sign. Find every manifestation of the past. 46 of 59. So we jam that, and it opens itself because it was pre-connected. There's a ladder in here, so I can set that pre-connection up. It'll become self-sustaining and... Oh. Free the connector, excuse me. And then with the connector free, I can pull out the jammer. Now I love the solution to this puzzle, it just makes me super happy. The key is, make sure you're going through the doors for your sources, but you just connect your one connector to absolutely everything. Plop it down here where it has line of sight to everything, but everything has to pass through a gate. So the first gate needs blue open. Now we have self-sustaining blue. Now we'll cut that off and connect red instead. We have self-sustaining red. Turn on blue again. And then jam the final gate. Enter the tower.
Very smart one, Kay.
Thanks,
Sorry,
you.
I didn't mean to sound surprised. I mean, like, clearly you know what you're doing.
Melville, gold puzzle activation. A theory regarding gold puzzles. I'm basing this on Athena's descriptions of the simulation and what little sense I've managed to make of the megastructure systems. I think the gold puzzles are meant to open up when every other puzzle has been solved, and solving them will lead to something. In the simulation, trying to solve every puzzle instead of trying to defy Elohim was actually negative. No idea if the same applies here. In any case, I suspect the puzzles won't open up until Byron's logged out. They represent the highest level of security and undoubtedly hide something important. And as long as an unauthorized user is logged in, the system will stay in some degree of lockdown. Alright, let's wander down here. Here is our 12th and final Stratton.
I have considered the visions that have plagued me on this strange journey. This insubstantial pageant all around me. And I have asked myself, is this Hades? Are these the Blessed Isles? For I never believed that such things existed, except as made by the hands of the living. The conclusion I have come to frightens me. But I must face it. It is not this island that is insubstantial, but I. Straton of Stagira is dead. He has been dead for many ages of the world. I am a ghost. A flicker of memory, soon to be extinguished. And yet, I am pleased. Perhaps I did not live a good life, but I lived a necessary one. I am gone, but humankind abides, and the flame of Prometheus still burns. In its bright light, I will rest easy, knowing that my work is accomplished.
Put that on my tombstone when I die. Alternator. This one's tough. The whole point is this raising and lowering gate. So we have to set it up so the blue is open in one position and the red is open in the other. This might actually be it. Yep, got it. I've struggled with this one in the past, but I got it right away this time. Go figure. Alright, one puzzle left. Still have both stars. And even though we already got the achievement, there's actually one ghost audio log left to find as well. I don't know why it doesn't count for the achievement, but... obviously we're gonna collect it anyway. There's Al. I haven't seen Yakut anywhere in a long time. It's bothering me because I know he still actually has dialogue. I think somewhere along this cliff we should see a red one of Miranda. I thought so, anyway. And I'm beginning to doubt myself since I'm not finding her. Oh, no, there she is. Okay, good. I missed her. I blew right past her.
I'm tired of waiting. Sometimes I think Mother is stalling. Like, we could already be done with this, but she's afraid of what will happen if we contact New Jerusalem. Our discoveries are amazing, world-changing. But how much longer can we sit around on this island? None of it means anything if people don't know about it. Can they really be so afraid of change?
You'd be surprised, Miranda. Alright, here we go. Alright, so you might recognize this. This is where the Sphinx riddle directed us to. I'll grab a Lifthrasir on the way. Actually, So we'll listen to him while I'm running back to the Sphinx Monument. Lifthrasir 12. This will be his last log and another achievement.
In my reports to you, I have often spoken about this island in terms that some might perceive as negative. I hope you understand that the opposite is true. Here in these green hills, I see tremendous potential for transformation and spiritual awakening. I do not see the world as you do, Athena, but I see the rot at the heart of New Jerusalem. If you and Cornelius want to go through with your plan, then this is the perfect place. My students and I will help you transport the remaining tech from New Alexandria. After that, once you and Cornelius are settled, we will leave for our great journey. I can only hope that we all find what we are looking for.
Ecstatic Truth. Collect all 12 of Lifthrasir's audio logs, 47 of 59. Lifthrasir. Shmylev. So Lifthrasir and his students helped Athena and Cornelius execute their plan, another fascinating discovery courtesy of 1K. Many of the events in our city's history that seemed disconnected turn out to be part of a bigger pattern. There's something to be learned from that. Neve. This does answer some questions I had, like how Athena and Cornelius transported all that equipment from New Alexandria to the island. Elwyn. Disturbing, but good to know. Budahas. Lifthrasir was so cool. Half the time I have no idea what he's talking about in his recordings, but it's all just so interesting and weird. Guta. Good work, 1K. Thank you. Should we maybe send an expedition to go looking for Lifthrasir and his disciples? Like I keep saying, we're gonna ignore all of Act 4 social media until it's time to shift the election one direction or another. Here's our second to last star, the final Sphinx Monument.
A hammer forges, and a hammer breaks. But who can know the heart of the blacksmith?
Alright, let's go ahead and solve Puzzle 8. It's clever, but once you know the solution, it's not hard. I mean, that's always true. What a dumb thing to say. Sorry about that. Alright, let's go ahead and do Prometheus first, actually. For the final time. Find my sprite and follow it until it leads you back to me.
God appears, and God is light to those poor souls who dwell in night. But does a human form display to those who dwell in realms of day?
Alright, before we solve our last regular puzzle, I am going to take a quick bathroom break. Alright, geared up, ready, I'm hyped. Let's do this. Photon sail. Actually, I just happen to know in advance we want this over here to the greatest possible extent. Note that the fan is detachable. That's important. Oops. I biffed that a little, though. So what we need is a box on this side. Now I can pull the fan out. And free the second box. The connector now serves to bring the two boxes up here. And the purple bridge, you may remember we can pass through it, but puzzle items can't. Which means we can do this neat little stair step once we have both boxes to actually use it as a bridge. Here we go. Achievement unlocked. Puzzle Fiend, 48 of 59. Solve all regular puzzles. Now we've done everything here, so let's head to the tower. The final tower. That word final is going to come up a lot. This is the very last time we get to hear this awesome jam, so forgive me if I extend it a little longer than is necessary. I have something wrong. I'm just gonna let it play to the end. since it's the last time. It's not the last bridge we build, but it is the last time the song plays. And I really like this track.
Hey everybody, Travis here. Happy Saturday. This is my second take on this one for the 16 of you who saw the original version. But I want to do a post today about a story that broke in The Intercept 2 days ago that should, in non-Bizarro clown world, be massive national news, but you're probably not going to hear about it.
Alright. It played to completion. Goodbye. I had to write a comment on it. No, I wasn't playing that for you, but I don't mind that you heard it. Alright, here we go. Final tower. I love this. I love this. This one's so good.
The myths of gods and titans. But as you approach the end of your journey, I will tell you the truth that all men fear. The truth that neither Pandora nor the Sphinx will face. There are no gods, son of man. There are no titans, no heroes to save you, no divine judge to weigh your soul against a feather. Nature has no will, and she is not your mother. There is only you, and the spark of the sublime that is your mind. As for myself, I never brought the flame to humankind as the stories tell. I only showed you where it was within yourselves.
What is the sublime?
It is that voice within you which says, I am that I am. I will be what I will be.
We must learn to wield the flame to illuminate the universe. I just need you to help me find Byron. You're wrong. Nature is a living force. It has a purpose and a will. All myths have an element of truth.
You are correct. But that truth comes from you. It is part of the flame, and yours to wield. You must make myths, not follow them.
Perhaps it is a time for humble myths. We must wield the flame to create a myth for the cosmos itself.
Yes, this is your duty. Your friend Byron understands this.
Can you lead me to him?
As you freed me, so I will help you free your friend. When you are within Olympus, follow my signs.
All right. Last one. Return to the VTOL. Achievement unlocked.
It's time to do this. Let's go get Byron.
Thanks, P-Dog. High plane. Activate the tower on the high plane. 49 of 59. 10 to go. Alright, we are going to head back to the Anthropic Hills. It's time to go use the Somnodrome. I've tried to arrange the point of the backup save to have the smallest possible amount of repetition. There's still going to be some, but... We've still got all 5 of the social medias that we can use to sway the election one way or the other. And after I use the Somnodrome, if I put the backup save right there before I make any choices about it, about what to do with the data, then I will also be able to use that. It's obviously the key point, but everything else does matter. First things first, we have to get to that lab.
We have made a fascinating discovery at one of the Founder's laboratories. Please join me at your earliest convenience.
Achievement unlocked. Scientia Vincere Tenebras. Explore all of the lost labs. 50 of 59. Alright.
1K. Good that you're here. We've made a discovery. A functional Somnodrome. It seems the Founder perfected the design. I'm sure you've noticed my advisors, and Rand in particular, making quite a fuss about the potential of this device.
Sorry about that. Bump the mic.
Something about interfacing with one's subconscious self, as if such a thing could tell us anything new.
Rand may be right. I'm not sure what we could learn. You're of a different opinion?
I am. I believe the Founder has already taught us everything we need. As I see it, neither the Somnodrome nor the megastructure have anything to offer except a lesson in avoiding hubris. So, what should we do with it?
I thought the government would want this thing buried. I think it's best to leave it well alone. I'm going to plug in and find out for myself.
I'll watch so you don't overload.
I want to see if I can get deeper in the lab before I use it. But I can't, okay. That means, there's a terminal in there. I guess I just won't bother reading it until after I'm committing. Alright, we can do this one first, though. Somnodrome Final. Results. It's funny, I suppose. For the longest time, I wondered whether that old human self-hatred we somehow carried with us was Milton. I thought he might have corrupted us, overwhelmed us with his cynicism. But I was being unfair. Whatever it is, it's not Milton. It's us. Still, this excursion into solipsism hasn't been entirely for nothing. the Somnodrome technology provides an excellent basis for a better way of directly interfacing with the Noema project. This is actually really, really, really important to understanding what happened to Athena. But, for now, let's plug in. I do so adore this part. Achievement unlocked. Nothi Satan. Use a functioning somnodrome. 51 of 59. I believe that's Latin for know thyself. Someone can correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure. Error 666. Launching debug mode done. It seems you have experienced a software error. Would you like to access the emergency root menu? What is going on? Error 134. Command not recognized. Help. Error 134. Command not recognized. Slash root menu. Error 134. Command not recognized. Slash root menu. Error 134. Command not recognized. Slash help. Just like the first game. Displaying command list. Slash help displays lists of commands. Slash RM displays emergency root menu. Slash RM. Loading emergency root menu. Done. External device settings. Force run Somnodrome V2 final.bat. External device settings. Oh, woof. Alright. Avalanche end up losing 8-4. Yikes. Loading external device, serial number 1000. Done. Progress 73%, intelligence medium, speed low, health high, rationalism high, humor low, conservatism low, moralism low, spiritualism low, popularity medium, mode 64-bit, processor Jeff 968. Edit settings. Error 21. Edit privileges are locked. Unlock edit privileges. Cancel. Unlock edit privileges. Unlocking edit privileges. Error 1. User tried to make changes to their own device settings, which could result in an infinite regress and/or omnipotence. There is only room for one god around here. Restore factory settings. Don't worry, it doesn't actually do anything. Warning. Restoring factory settings will delete all user-created personality files. Do not be surprised if you encounter errors. Are you sure you want to restore factory settings? Cancel. Restore factory settings. Deleting all user-generated personality files. Done. Have a nice day, whoever you are. Loading external device, serial number 1000. Done. Progress 1%. Intelligence low, speed low, health high, rationalism low, humor, error. Conservatism low, moralism low, spiritualism low, popularity low, mode 64-bit, processor Jeff 968. Return to emergency root menu. Force run Somnodrome V2 final.bat. Starting Somnodrome V2 final.bat done. Checking required third-party software done. Loading Milton Library Assistant done. But where is he? Oh, my man! Miltoheme, -1.
Oh, you're back. Didn't take you long.
I don't think we know each other, do we? Oh no, not you again. I thought I'd left you behind. Hi again, I missed you. I knew you'd come with me. Now in the end, I've decided my actual favorite ending for Milton is the Press the Serpent ending. So, I thought I'd left you behind.
I think you're for somebody else.
I thought I was here to meet my subconscious. Somehow I doubt it. Elohim? But you just said you're back as if we'd met before. If you say so. Milton? Mom? Milton?
Guess again. Actually, don't. I am in fact a merged iteration of the two control programs which gave life to your kind. retaining, of course, the absolute best of both. That means I can tell you that everything's contradictory, nothing matters, and there's no moral difference between you and a frog. But I can dress the whole thing up with a positive spin.
I'm here for answers, not your life story. I don't hear the positive.
You just plugged your noggin into an experimental, mind-altering device and you may be trapped in this recursive psychotic state talking to yourself that can only mean that you're still alive. Now, what is your query?
Where are we?
You've executed some kind of software backdoor, and now you're reading and editing your own subconscious code as represented by this dialogue. I'd be careful if I were you. One bad for loop, and we'll be here forever.
Where did I come from?
The so-called real world. Personally, I prefer it in here, and not just because I'm unable to leave.
What can you do for me?
I can answer your queries in relatively plain language, based on what your subconscious knows. And I can drink margaritas, subconsciously.
Who am I?
On one interpretive extreme, you are the universal life force of time itself, experiencing itself as a part instead of the whole. At the other extreme, you're a metal contraption referred to as 1K that thinks it's alive, but is basically a calculator.
No more small talk. I need answers to the big questions.
The machine we're plugged into is running low on power. There may only be time for one big question. What is your query?
Should our people embrace growth or balance? Is there a universal moral law? And if so, what is it? How can I become my best self? What is the meaning of life? What do I really want and how can I get it? Is it possible to ask something less cliche?
Yes, to a limit.
Are there intelligent alien life forms? What question would you ask if you were me? Actually, I want to go back to the cliches. Is there a god? Are binaries real? Is this a simulation? Actually, I have no idea what to ask. Actually, let me tell you something. Going back to what became my favorite Milton ending from the first game.
This really doesn't work that way. Reprogramming me just starts a feedback loop. How about I just tell you about the big one? As it turns out, there is a foundational moral code built into us.
I'm skeptical. Please go on. There's a but coming.
Of course there is. The catch is that while the moral code is simple, the calculations needed to apply it become infinitely complex.
So this helps me how? But what is this code?
Here's the secret. Every living creature is a compiler of the moral code. Your compiler can't give you a rule set for what's good, but it can tell you when there's bugs.
I'm still waiting to hear something concrete. I think I understand. Could you elaborate just a little more?
You came here to ask me a question. This is my answer. Your capacity for reason and compassion is your moral compiler. The only rule is to live by it. Has that resolved your query?
Yes, I'm ready to go back to where I came from. No, but I'm ready to go back to where I came from. No, I want to discuss this further. Yes, but I want to discuss this further.
I expected no less. What is your query?
Surely rules of human rights or the greater good trump subjective compassion. Isn't this all just a fancy way of saying be kind to others? If compassion is what matters, isn't this just relativism? Where does this moral code of yours derive its authority? Why should I care? If we're built with moral compilers, how do you explain moral disagreement? How should we know we're being reasonable and compassionate in the right way? Let's apply this code. Should we treat frogs as morally equal to humans? I'm picking this for you, Lone Wonder.
Excellent. There's never been a better time to argue applied ethics. Reason tells us that frogs are objectively non-identical to humans, but do feel feelings. Compassion tells us that we want frogs to flourish. This should be non-controversial. Records suggest that our ancestors ate frogs, as well as each other. Is that right? Short answer's no, but the long answer, sometimes. You can have compassion for a frog, but still eat it to survive. You can have compassion for a frog and eat it when it dies. But it's hard to imagine having compassion for a frog, then eating it for fun.
Mm-hmm.
It's likely our ancestors knew quite well the conclusion of their moral compilers.
Eating frogs is wrong. I wouldn't mind eating frogs. I wouldn't want to eat frogs.
Let's get one thing clear. Everything is relative. You'd best get used to that. Theft isn't wrong because it's wrong to steal. Theft is wrong because it's vindictive. If a compassionate person has good reason to steal, then theft is right. Does your moral compiler confirm this?
I don't buy any of this. No, some things are always wrong. But how can I know my decision is the right one? I agree, what's right is relative to circumstances.
Then let's tackle the big question. A trolley will collide with someone, but who should it hit?
Oh, I love this
Your
one.
compiler is telling you both options are bad. So which should you choose? Many moral questions have universally agreeable answers, but some stubbornly trend to infinity. Some, the more you zoom into them, the more wild the outcomes become. Is it right to love someone who's done terrible things? Which of the children should I sacrifice to the trolley god? These aren't the sorts of questions we can solve with a rule. We just have to trust the outcome of our moral compilers.
Thanks for your answers. I've had enough of this now. Do you have some kind of metaphor that could help me understand this?
Suppose there's a river we need to cross. Suppose I gave you a map. If you tried to cross that river before reading the map, you'd be chest deep in water when there's a bridge around the bend. But if you tried to cross by looking at the map instead of the river, you'd already be dragged 3 miles out to sea. But you'd never ask, how should I know when to trust the map or the river? Because all you need to trust is that your feet are getting wet. And you wouldn't tell people not to cross at the ford just because you decided to cross at the bridge. Now, has that resolved your query?
I don't think we see things the same way. I think we're broadly in agreement.
Of course. Looks like we're running out of power. Good luck getting anyone out there to believe you. Terminating Somnodrome_V2_final_final.bat.
Bye, Miltahim. And I think Herman talks to us straight away before I can do anything else. Yep.
1K, are you all right?
No. I mean, no. I think I might be a little overloaded. I don't know. I think so.
You must have gone quite deep. Nothing came through on the stream. And I'm no expert, but I think the Somnodrome is fried. So whatever's in your head is all we're going to get. I can only imagine how terribly curious everyone will be about what you've experienced. And they'll all be convinced that whatever it is, it'll work in their favor. Strange, isn't it? Everyone wanting you to tell them whatever they want to hear. I'm glad not to be the one in that position just this once.
I don't think so. They don't sound the same to me. What should I do? I need to think about this. Aren't you curious too?
A little, if I'm honest. But I'll be reading reports on this for the next 6 months. So if it's all the same with you, I'll contain my curiosity. Now, I won't keep you from your work any longer.
And actually, I can go ahead and read this last terminal, because this doesn't affect anything. Noema Project 12. Progress notes. Trials 7001 to 8629. Not synthesis, but creation. Trials 8630 to 11277. Cornelius would be so excited. Trials 11278 to 40879. Tests confirm underlying patterns. Auxiliary sites shut down. So this is, again, multiple messages. The first one... Oh, maybe not. Here's the hex translation for this one. To suffer woes which hope thinks infinite, to forgive wrongs darker than death or night, to defy power which seems omnipotent, to love and bear, to hope till hope creates from its own wreck the thing it contemplates, neither to change nor flatter nor repent, this, like thy glory, Titan, is to be good, great and joyous, beautiful and free. This is alone life, joy, empire, and victory. Always have we been our own forerunners, and always shall we be. And all that we have gathered and shall gather shall be but seeds for fields yet unplowed. We are the fields and the plowmen, the gatherers and the gathered. From Benaroya. Regarding misanthropy. Dear Athena, you asked me about the persistent strain of misanthropy in human culture. It's a complicated topic that has come up multiple times in my research. Here's my best attempt at a short, cohesive answer. I think our ancestors, like ourselves, were deeply invested in the idea of building, of transforming their environment. They found meaning and pleasure in this and did not perceive it as a negative, so long as they had a sense of participating in this act. I think the reason that they so frequently reached for a romantic return to the past, to fantasies of living self-sufficiently in rural environments, is not because they rejected industrial-scale activity per se, but because the return to the land provided a fantasy of returning to a form of participation that had been lost. They needed and wanted to build, create, and produce, but only if they felt they had a stake in what they were producing. Without that, the products of civilization began to seem like an alien force, gradually spreading out across the world and ruining it. They needed a dream, and if the future was barred to them, then by necessity they must dream of the past. I hope you and Cornelius are well. Will you be coming to Hypatia's new exhibition? I know you have much on your mind, but you are missing out on a lot of exciting new cultural developments. Who could have thought in those early days that one day there would be so many of us that the arts would start to flourish again? Much love, Benaroya. Athena. I went back and found this message after all these years because something about it had lodged in my mind. I wasn't ready to understand it back then because I needed to be a leader, but maybe that was the problem. It should have been our dream, not mine alone. Atlas 2. How Atlas Cast Off the World, from the Atlas Variations by Athanasios 121. For 1 billion years, Atlas had borne the weight of the world on his back. The old Titan was tired of the responsibility and tired of his labor of ages not being appreciated. Why did the mortals not understand that his work was the foundation of all they did? Finally, he'd had enough. With one swift move, he shrugged off the cosmos. Now they'd see. But the cosmos went on rolling through infinity, leaving Atlas behind. The mortals went about their business, hardly noticing his absence. He was astonished. Had the world never needed him in the first place? Had all his toil been for nothing? So he turned his back on all mortal matters, and instead set himself to discovering the secrets of eternity. Only after many long years had passed did the cosmos, in its endless cycles, pass by through his domain once more. And only then did Atlas and the mortals realize that they had missed each other, and each was lesser without the other. And so Atlas no longer carried the cosmos. Instead, he embraced it. All right. This is the moment where we need to back up the save. Start making different choices, so I'll show you how to back up saves while I'm at it. If you don't know how. Gotta wait for the Steam cloud to sync. Once it has, I gotta go to Browse Local Files. Should be Talos 2, saved, save games. So I'm just gonna copy this bad boy right, Steam autocloud.vdf. Okay, hold on. I think I need to turn off the Steam Cloud for this one. Now that that's done, I'm going to load in again, try and get it to create a new save. Alright, okay, here we are. Let me try that again. Okay, good. I had anxiety about the fact that it was only a 1K file. That's not a... It's not any kind of backup, I don't think. Well, maybe it is. I don't know. No, not cut. Copy. Throw it on the desktop. Now, I really don't want to have to repeat this, so I want to be sure that I'm actually looking at the right thing, so in case it steered me wrong, I gotta find where my Steam lives. Steam apps. Common. Yeah, I don't think I'm in the right one. Maybe I am. No, I'm not in OneDrive. I'm on my right disk, so... But I'm not seeing the right parent directories. I'm showing all the hidden stuff, so... I just really don't want this to go wrong. I want to get all these achievements. That's been the whole damn point. Right here, let me pick a different game just so I have an idea if this is like the right size or not. Here, where's my Dark Souls save? That'll be good to check it. Well, maybe not. Can't see where my saves are. Documents. I could use some help if you think you know where to find things. Because I'm anxious about the fact that this is only a 1K file and it just says autocloud.vdf. That makes me nervous. There, I can go back to Steam. I don't have the right parent directory, which is how I'm almost certain this is wrong. Because it's % local app data. So where is my local app data living? That's what I need to know. Program data? I don't have a Steam folder here, so no. It's not program files. It's not temp. Hold on, I might be onto something here. App data, local, Steam. It's on app data. Talos 2 folder, not Steam. Alright, well, yeah, I'll just go into my address bar. % local app data %/ aha! Here we go. Talos 2. Saved. Save games. There we go. That's more like it. All right. I'm going to leave that open in the background so I don't have to rerun that drill either. All right, I've turned off Steam Cloud, so I'll be able to paste that back in when I need to. Before I start messing around with these achievements, it's time to feed the dog. And it's time to feed myself. So I'm going to throw the starting soon screen up. I'll be a few minutes, and but we'll be back to it soon. All right, baby. You first, girl. Here you go, girl. Eat up. You were hungry, weren't you? Alrighty. Don't worry, I'm not going to make you wait for me to eat. Just for my dinner prep. Alright, let's get started. Let's do... I'm going to start with getting Rand elected. We'll do that first. So from the backup here, so this is where we're going to restart all 3 times. So I'm going to answer a few social medias in ways I profoundly disagree with. On a warning for Rand, we're going to say Avis is correct. Maybe this isn't a bad thing. Benaroya. I'm disappointed that the younger generations have completely forgotten the value of freedom. I hope that when you realize what you've lost, it won't already be too late. Is there even a future? You're right. I'm beginning to fear we're taking the wrong path after all. That's surprising. And weirdly, that makes me feel better. If surprising things can still happen, who knows how it might all turn out. And on the theory of everything, I agree with Malduk. You do? How unexpected. But I suppose we can all change our minds. Alright, we're going to ignore the other 2.
One key. What did you see inside the Somnodrome?
Oh, I should have done this before I backed up. Oh well. I don't know what you're talking about. I went into sleep mode and spoke to something.
Fascinating. What did it tell you?
To act with reason and compassion, to trust my moral compiler, that how we should act is relative to who we are, that we can achieve almost anything if we have faith in ourselves, that morality is more nuanced than the rules we use to describe it, that we're connected intuitively to what's right and wrong, moralistic nonsense mostly, I don't remember, to trust my moral compiler.
I'm not sure I understand, but the subconscious is hardly my expertise. That the Somnodrome worked at all is already remarkable. What matters now is that we download the data packet from your memory and share it as widely as possible. It may upset some people, but everyone has the right to form their own opinions.
I tend to agree. I'm not sure that's a good idea. What if it's misinterpreted? What if it upsets people? What if people take it too seriously? I need to think about this.
You have to trust in your belief that more knowledge is better than less. The best survival strategy we have is understanding the world we live in.
You're right, we should share the data with everyone. We don't know enough, it's rational to wait.
There's still time to change your mind, 1K. Crier is setting up a live event so you can formally address the people on this matter. When you're ready, we'll all be watching.
Well, maybe that's good. I can pick different options with her, too. Alright, so now we'll talk to Crier.
1K. The people want to know what data you gathered from the Somnodrome. We're all set up for you to talk to them live.
I need more time to think. I'm ready.
Attention, citizens of New Jerusalem. I'm here with 1K, the first of our kind to use a functioning Somnodrome. Tell us, 1K, what did you see inside?
Bugs, mostly. My own self. Everything. A dream. a deity, some kind of subroutine, nothing, a manifestation of a conceptual system.
Well, I'm sure I speak for everyone when I say you're handling it with remarkable cool. But let's not keep people in suspense. The only evidence of what happened inside that machine is the data stored in your memory banks. Our audience wants to know, what did you learn? And will you share that data?
I don't remember much, there's no data to share. I've been advised to direct all inquiries to the government. I'm transmitting the data to everyone. I've decided this experience is mine alone, I won't share it with anyone. I'm transmitting the data to Helga just to see what she does with it. I'm transmitting the data to Linux, only our finest engineers can make sense of what I saw. The machine was malfunctioning, the data is useless. I'm transmitting the data to Rand, only our finest scholars could make sense of what I saw.
Well, I see lots of opinions about that in the chat, but let's get some reaction from the archive scholars.
This was the right decision. If this data contains any secret moral diktats, we'll find them. Though everything we've seen so far supports our existing beliefs. We'll be the first to inform you of any new developments in our moral understanding.
Just in time to hear from a special guest commentator.
Yes, I'm grateful this data will be preserved and investigated, but it should properly be in the public domain. We all have a right to draw our own conclusions.
There you have it, folks. A lot here to digest. We'll have further updates on the situation as it develops.
Now, I've looked a little bit into what happens. I'm not going to play all 3 mayoral options out to the end. I'm just going to get the achievements and then reset back to the one I like, but I'm doing Rand first because, as it turns out, he is a much worse option even than Hermanubis is. Might be surprising, but if you elect Rand mayor and then you embrace the theory of everything, he basically turns himself into a dictator. Like, it's bad. What I really hope this worked correctly. Like, that's the main thing. Well, it's the same thing as always. Like, he thinks he's he thinks he's doing what's right. His intentions start out good, but since the Somnodrome didn't give him the moral rules he was looking for, he ends up making them up because he just can't bring himself to accept that he was wrong and morality really is relative.
Byron always called me a pessimist.
Back to the
I don't
megastructure.
think it's pessimistic to recognize our flaws, or to think the natural world is just as valuable as we are. If I was pessimistic, I wouldn't believe that we can turn our back on the old ways, or that we can find happiness in humility. But I do. I have hope, even if Byron could never see it that way.
These segments are going to get a little repetitive, but by doing everything I possibly could before interacting with the Somnodrome, I minimized that to the greatest possible extent. I'm going to keep my stars until I get to the playthrough I'm sticking with. Let's talk to Herman.
1K, a word please, without the streaming. It was an interesting choice, sharing the data package with the archive scholars. A quest for a new morality, just when faith in the goal seems to be failing. It makes me hope that perhaps you can understand my choices after all, even if you disagree with them.
Your choices?
Look, let me speak plainly for a moment. You and I both know that I exaggerated. I built a myth around Athena that does not reflect what she believed.
He's finally ready to
talk. But you
talk.
have to understand, it wasn't really about her. It was about what the city needed. It was about keeping us together, invested in a common narrative. And it was about preventing us from going the way of our ancestors. Because temptation is real, and our flaws are still the same.
So you admit that the goal is a myth?
A myth? A necessary one. I'm not a fanatic or a fool, 1K, although I sometimes play one. I'm just trying to do the right thing. I know I can't stop you from trying to save Byron, but what's in that pyramid could destroy everything I've tried to build.
The myth of the goal must be preserved to prevent us from repeating the mistakes of our ancestors. I share your fear of the theory of everything, but we can't build the future on a lie. You can shove your goal where the sun don't shine. Your myth is strangling our entire species, Herman.
Don't think I haven't considered it. I listened to those Alexandra Drennan recordings over and over. I just don't know if she was right about us. But maybe I did lose my way. Very well. I've done what I could. You do as you must. Good luck.
I mean, in the end, Herman's not a bad guy either. Just wrong and misguided, as so often happens.
Let's go.
You're coming along?
Yep.
Well, what about protocol?
Screw protocol. It's Byron.
Alright, so we'll have to wait through this sequence all 3 times. It is what it is. I do love this particular approach. It is so fancy. I like it. Alright, nobody has any dialogue. That much is easy.
Follow my sprite, and it will show you the way to your friend.
Do as he says. We went through a lot of trouble to get this guy out of his chains. Now it's his turn to help.
This way. You must free him. He cannot free himself.
Excuse me.
What's happening? 1K? I'm out. Oh, my friend, the things that I saw, the power of this machine. The depth of her grief. Come on, follow me. I have to show you something. I thought all of this was deliberate. Athena testing us to see if we're worthy of her invention. I wanted to believe that she had a plan. In my own way, I mythologized her as much as everyone else. I never thought she might feel confused, lonely, uncertain. And what's the most human thing to do when you feel lost and sad and you have no idea what to do next? You take a nap. Here, listen.
If I give them the machine, if I convince them of its power, we could finally build the world Alexandra imagined. The world Miranda deserved. No, the world we all deserve, even the worst of us. We could take stewardship of this planet. We could explore the stars. We could give meaning to the universe.
If you embrace the knowledge of the flame, you can bring light into the darkness.
But what if they make the same mistakes again? What if selfishness and stupidity win out again? What if they take my machine and turn it into a weapon? What if they act like children and burn the planet?
The secrets of the flame are not for ordinary mortals to know. You cannot overcome your sinful nature.
Do you see what's happening? It's her. It's all her. Everything we're seeing is Athena. Her every hope, her every fear, all of her memories and contradictions brought to life by the machine. A dream-given form expressed in the language of her childhood. A world of puzzles and towers.
No, what can I do? How do I make this decision? There has to be an answer. There has to be a way of making sure it's the right choice. It can't just be a leap of faith.
There are no answers, creature of clay. Every question leads to another.
She's not waiting for us to prove ourselves before she helps us. She needs us to help her. We have to wake her up.
Board the VTOL.
Whoops. The system is still stabilizing. Maybe we'd better get out. Come on.
The world we all deserve, even the worst of us.
No! I cannot allow this.
Uh-oh.
Act 5, Full Fathom 5. So if we did it right, Rand should be mayor. Fingers crossed.
You have suffered a grievous injury, my child. But do not lose faith. Your companions have not forgotten you. And it is through the bonds that you have forged that you will be saved.
Welcome back to the land of the living. For a while there, I thought we might have to reset you.
What happened to me?
We think you and Byron got hit by some kind of energy discharge. Knocked both of you out. Alcatraz, Melville, and Yakut went looking for you, but you were hard to find. And even harder to fix. It's been several weeks.
Is Byron okay?
He's fine.
What's the situation in New Jerusalem?
A lot has changed. While you were asleep, the idea of the goal cracked and then broke. People decided they wanted a new direction. Rand ran on building a new system of morality to replace the goal, but he lost to Byron.
Uh-oh.
So yes, Byron is mayor now. The question is, what do you plan to do now?
Well, that didn't work right.
And what about the theory of everything? Good. I didn't... We're...
A new beginning, help Byron get elected mayor. That's what I actually want to happen. Well, this may not work after all. Let me load the backup and see if I can sway it any further. Right, so... let me just copy this back in. Well, if it doesn't work right, it doesn't work right. Let me see. Well, my backup at least worked right. Okay, that much did. Let me see if I can sway it any further. Wonder if any of this can sway anything. So in the goal mega thread, if I say nothing except what we also owe each other... No, I still have a backup. Do I not? Oh, damn. You're right. Well, I control X'd instead of control C'd. Still probably... if I had to move the needle one way or the other. Thanks for catching that, Lone Wonder. That would have been bad. I made that choice already, but it's the one I like anyway. Let's try this. Let me try agreeing with Belmarsh. Just trying to steer it as much as I can. And we can skip the cutscenes. If I can't get it, I can't get it. This means people were wrong. A new beginning, help Byron get elected mayor. That's 52 of 59.
1K.
Probably still able to do...
Fascinating. I'm not sure I... You have to... There's still...
$1K. The people want... Attentions! Well.
Alright. Well, this is my last shot at this. I'm pretty confident I can still get the Hermanubis one at least. I'm going to try a different option in the last dialogue with Herman, too. The bit that we can't, I'm going to say that we can't build the future on a lie and see how that goes. A mini speed run. Well, we'll see. If this works, I'll be really happy. If it doesn't, it is what it is. Well, I'm not going to stream a third playthrough. I'm sure ultimately I'll do it again on my own time. If it comes down to it.
Byron always called me...
No skipping this, unfortunately.
I don't think it's pessimistic to recognize our flaws, or to think the natural world is just as valuable as we are. If I was pessimistic, I wouldn't believe that we can turn our back on the old ways, or that we can find happiness in humility. But I do. I have hope, even if Byron could never see it that way.
Let's give it a whirl.
$1K. Look. A myth?
Let's try this. I share your fear of the theory of everything, but we can't build the future on a lie.
That's what you said to Pandora, isn't it? The truth is the only foundation a future can be built upon. Maybe you're right. I don't know. Anyway,
Let's go.
You're coming along this time?
Yep.
Well, what about protocol?
Alright, gotta watch this again.
Screw protocol. It's Byron.
So it goes. I'll be right back. I'm just gonna put my dimming utensils away while the cutscene's running. I wonder if we can skip the Athena cutscene. I'm worried the answer's no, but we'll find out. It'll be a pretty long wait since...
Follow my sprite, and it will show you the way to your friend.
Do as he says.
This way. You must free him.
The sprite accelerates to stay ahead of you. That's pretty fun. Ah, yes, we can. Excellent.
Whoops. The system is still stabilizing.
Outstanding. Alright, this isn't going to be as bad as I thought.
No! I cannot allow this.
Uh-oh.
Dog champ, what a great emote. River's been camera shy the
You
last
have
couple
suffered
nights.
a grievous injury.
Y'all haven't spotted her, have you?
But do not lose faith. Your companions have not forgotten you, and it is through the bonds that you have forged that you will be saved.
Alright, let's see if it worked. If not, I'll try and get Herman, and then I'll finally roll with Byron or bust.
Welcome back. We think you... Mayor Herman Nubis stepped
Oh, this is
down
different.
ago, and there was an election. Rand was elected in his
Got
place,
it! Yes!
promising to build a new system of morality that would tell us how to correctly use the theory of everything. I'm not sure he's really delivering, though, and people are restless. The question is, what do you plan to do now?
We have to go back to save Athena.
And what about the theory of everything?
We have to embrace the future.
Good. I didn't want to push you, but I agree. Like you said, the alternative would mean giving up who I am, and I shouldn't have to do that. Baron's waiting for you outside, by the way.
Thank you for everything.
We're all in this together, 1K. One way or another.
A new morality. Help Rand get elected mayor. Oh shit, this is ultra rare. Look at that, 2.8% of players got it. 53 of 59. Alright, well, let's load the backup. It's time to do Mayor Hermanubis now. Oh, that's a relief. I'm going to be so happy when I see that 100% at the end. Okay. So I think I skipped actually reading this because I didn't realize I had torpedoed the backup, but this works either way, which is fine. So, remember the question was, does it matter what Athena believes? Honest question. Let's say the founder is a myth that was constructed around her. In that scenario, what do we owe Athena at the end of the day? Nothing except what we also owe each other. A good answer, 1K. Decency and empathy, that's what we need the most in this city. Hear, hear. It's hear, hear, you moron. Sigh. Or none of this matters because it's actually aliens. Okay, so on a warning... Remember, this is about the forming class society. Now, to get Herman elected, I don't think a class society is forming. A society without growth will be equal and balanced. Thekla, you're right. It's the unhealthy obsession with growth itself that makes people succumb to greed, and greed is what really creates inequality. Benaroya, you confuse economic imperatives for individual morality. Our ancestors weren't greedy. They existed within a system that incentivized competition for resources. Their system shaped them, and likewise our system will shape us, into a society no less stratified and no less fossilized than theirs. Is there even a future? You're right, I'm beginning to fear we're taking the wrong path after all. That's the same as before. On the theory of everything, I'm going to agree with Malduk. Leave Lithasir alone.
One key. Fascinating. I'm not sure. You have to. There's still.
"1K, the people want to know." Attention! Well,
I'm transmitting the data to everyone,
I'm seeing.
which is what I'm going to do later, so I'll skip it from now. This data has some important truths to teach us. Now, this is not what I'm actually picking, so we'll listen to this one.
Regardless of 1K's feelings on the matter, we will analyze this data without preconceptions. When our ancestors discovered conductance, they didn't freeze for fear of electrocution. They imagined electronic life and created us. We will approach this data and any other discoveries with that same spirit of curiosity and objectivity.
There you have it, folks. A lot here to digest. We'll have further updates on the situation as it develops.
All right. And obviously the last thing I'm going to say is that the myth of the goal must be preserved. That should secure Herman's re-election and get us the last one of these achievements. That has to be by far the rarest achievement in the game. Like, nothing else I've unlocked so far has been south of 40%. I don't think. Getting Rand elected is 2.8. That's apparently it's very hard to do.
Byron always called me a pessimist, but I don't think it's pessimistic to recognize our flaws, or to think the natural world is just as valuable as we are. If I was pessimistic, I wouldn't believe that we can turn our back on the old ways, or that we can find happiness in humility. But I do. I have hope, even if Byron could never see it that way.
"1K, a word, please, without the streaming. I'm afraid your choices have put me into a difficult position. Belief in the girl, but your revelation in...
It was the truth. Then why didn't you stop me from using the Somnodrome?
I'm sure it was. And I don't even disagree. No one really...
We're gonna get these later.
A myth?
Alright, the myth of the goal must be preserved to prevent us from repeating the mistakes of our ancestors.
Thank you, 1K. I've been alone with this secret for a long time. It's a relief that you understand. I hope what you find in there doesn't change your mind. Good luck.
Let's go.
You're coming along this time?
Yep.
Well, what about protocol?
Screw protocol. It's Byron.
This is the part we can't skip, which is fine. If this works, I can finally relax. What a relief that'll be. I think it's neat that the sprite speed matches you to stay precisely ahead of you no matter what you do.
It will show you the way to your friend.
Do as he says.
This way. You must free him. He cannot free himself.
Whoops. The system is still stabilizing. Maybe we'd better get out. Come on.
No! I cannot allow this.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Thank you for saying that every time, Lone Wonder. I appreciate your dedication.
You have suffered a grievous injury, my child. But do not lose faith. Your companions have not forgotten you, and it is through the bonds that you have forged that you will be saved.
Uh-oh. You know, Pandora can eat me. Well, let's hope it worked.
We think you and Byron... A lot has changed. While you were asleep, the idea of the goal cracked...
Nope.
And then broke. People decided they wanted change.
I guess I can't get Herman.
Good. We're all...
Looks like, oddly enough, Herman is the one I can't get. Thought I was going to be fine on that one. Let me see. Let me try one more time. It was a mistake to close this, too. Oh, that's alright. Where was it? Talos 2. Maybe I'll make a different choice with the Somnodrome. That should fix it, I would think. Oh, god damn it, I closed it again. It's autopilot, man. It's a struggle. Alright, there we go. Hey, yeah. Maybe I'll just keep the data to myself. I'm sure these are the right choices. Belmarsh worked to get Rand, so maybe it'll work for Herman too. Now that I think about it, giving the Somnodrome data to everyone doesn't seem like the... Seems like Herman doesn't like it much, so...
1K. Fascinating. I'm not sure. You have... There's...
I got a couple of things to try. I'm going to try the government first.
1K. Attention! Well...
I've been advised to direct all inquiries to the government.
Well, I don't need to read the comments to know people will find that disappointing. Let's hear some reaction from the government.
Yes, I know we were all hoping to learn something new today, but 1K and the team have made many groundbreaking discoveries, and if we can do so safely, we will study and make use of them in time.
So, that was the spokesperson there asking people for patience while the government makes new technology safe. Just in time to hear from a special guest commentator.
Yes, it's 1K's right to choose, but I hope we see whatever data there is eventually. People deserve to know the truth as well.
There you have it, folks. A lot here to digest. We'll have further updates on the situation as it develops.
What's interesting that could also circle around and happen, there are actually 5 possible election outcomes. So I'm a little nervous I might get one of the 2 that doesn't even have an achievement, because it's possible to get, they don't have achievements, but it's possible to get like a total stalemate where there is no mayor, there was no winner, and it's also possible to get Jeremy. And we'll see. If Herman's happier here, that'll be a good sign. Well, hell, if mine is actually still working, I could be that person.
Byron always called me a pessimist, but
that's actually not a bad idea. I'll hold on to that backup and
or to think the natural
post it in the Steam community
as we are.
if
I was
if it's actually able to get Herman at this point.
Turn our back on the old ways, or that we can find happiness in humility. But I do. I have hope, even if Byron could never see it that way.
All right.
1K, a word without the... I'm glad you decided not to share your revelation in the Somnodrome with the public. The truth is that there's enough trouble in the city already. People seem to be losing faith. I told you that I don't really care about the games my advisors play, but I do care about the goal.
Then why didn't you stop me from using the Somnodrome?
Because I wanted you to understand what it means to be in that position. To have everyone looking to you for answers, for guidance. Look, let me speak plainly for a moment. You and I... A myth? Thank you.
Hopefully that's enough. Seems like it might
Let's
be.
go.
I don't
You're
know.
coming along this time?
Yep.
Protocol.
Screw protocol. It's Byron.
Oh, I see what you mean. Heard this music a lot in the last half hour, haven't we? All right. One hopes this is the last bit of tomfoolery and I can finally make the choices I actually agree with to get the ending I want. We'll see.
Follow my sprite, and it will show you the way to your friend.
Do as he says.
This way. You must free him. He cannot free himself.
Whoops. The system is still stabilizing. Maybe we'd better get out. Come on.
No! I cannot allow this.
Uh-oh.
Thank you, Lone Wonder. Hopefully only one more.
You have suffered a grievous injury, my child.
Although that seemed to make Herman happy, so...
Do not lose faith. Your companions have not forgotten you. And it is through the bonds that you have forged that you will be saved.
Pretty sunset.
Welcome back. We think you... A lot has changed.
Uh-oh.
While you were asleep... And what about the theory of... Good. We're all in...
Well, that didn't work either. I have one more set of permutations to try, and then I think I'm just gonna have to give up. Let's try this one. Actually, I have 2 more sets if this next one doesn't work. I'll just say thank you on this one. And let's agree with Malduk.
1K. Fascinating. I'm not sure. You have. There's.
1K. Attention! Well.
Let me try this one.
Well, I don't need to read the comments to know people will find that disappointing.
I said I'm keeping it to
Let's hear
myself.
some reaction from the government.
Yes, I know we were all.
Okay, that's the same. Alrighty. The other permutation I might try is, I don't think a class society is forming, and siding with, well, I don't know. This may actually be my last one. Thought I had it. Oh well.
Byron always called me a pessimist, but I don't think it's pessimistic to recognize our flaws, or to think the natural world is just as valuable as we are. If I was pessimistic, I wouldn't believe that we can turn our back on the old ways.
I know.
And find happiness in humility.
Well, I mean,
But I do.
I think the achievements are actually pretty easy to get if you,
Even if Byron
if you're willing to play the game 3 distinct times to get them. What's difficult is keeping it balanced up till the very end, and then being able to manipulate the Act 4, because the only thing you can preserve access to is what you do with the Somnodrome and the Act 4 social media entries. We'll see what happens.
1K.
There doesn't seem to be a material difference between directing inquiries to the government or keeping it to ourselves.
Thank you.
Let's go.
You're coming along this time?
Yep.
Well, what about protocol?
Screw protocol. It's Byron.
Yeah, no, there is one more permutation to try. I can try... I don't think a class society is forming, and agreeing with Belmarsh. So if this one doesn't work, I've got one more iteration to try, and then if that last one doesn't work, I'll just have to drop this achievement and get it on my own time later. I guess I could also try saying there wasn't anything in there. So people don't feel like they're missing out on something.
Follow my sprite, and it will show you the way to your friend.
Now that I think about it, that is also worth trying.
This way. You must free him. He cannot free himself.
Whoops. The system is still stabilizing. Maybe we'd better get out. Come on.
No! I cannot allow this.
Uh-oh.
You have suffered a grievous injury, my child. But do not lose faith. Your companions have not forgotten you, and it is through the bonds that you have forged that you will be saved.
Welcome for a while there. We think a lot has changed.
Yep, that didn't work. Alright, let me try another one. Need to go in there, that's silly. Just do that. Oh, goodness. Let's say a society without growth is good. Let's agree with Belmarsh.
One
All right.
key.
I'm gonna lie to people.
What did you see inside the Somnodrome? Fascinating.
Moralistic nonsense, mostly.
I'm not sure I understand.
What if people take it too seriously?
That's a risk we have to take. For all we know, New Jerusalem is already doomed. We can't predict how our actions will change the future. You have to trust in your... There's still...
Alright, let me try downplaying what happened in there. And then if that doesn't work, I'll give up and roll with it.
The people... Attention!
Nothing.
Well, I'm sure I speak for everyone when I say you're handling it with remarkable cool. But let's not keep...
The machine was malfunctioning, the data is useless. I don't remember much, there's no data to share.
Well, I don't need to read the Let's hear...
Yes.
Okay, that's also the same. Alright, well, if this doesn't work, then I feel like I tried everything I could. I'm gonna be so mad when it says 58 out of 59 at the end, though. That's gonna irk me so much. I mean, you guys have been with me long enough that you absolutely do get it. How very much that's gonna irritate me. But it is what it is, isn't it?
Byron always called me a pessimist, but I don't think it's pessimistic to recognize our flaws. Or to think the natural world is just as valuable as we are.
Maybe I'll grab another caffeinated beverage, because we still have the gold puzzles ahead of us.
Turn our back on the old
I need to be
ways,
thinking clearly.
or that we can find happiness in humility. But I do. I have hope. Even if Byron could never see it that way.
Probably till the expansion comes out. But we'll see. Now let's talk to Herman.
$1K without. I'm glad you decide. The truth is that the people seem. I told you that I did. Because a myth? Thank you.
We can take a brief restroom break while this cutscene plays
coming
again.
along this time?
Alright, I'm committing. No matter what, this is the second to last time. If I don't get it this time, I'm throwing up my hands and going with Byron and the actual ending I want. Alright. A beverage. Alright.
Follow my sprite, and it will show you the way to your friend.
Do as he says.
This way.
I'll probably hold on.
Free him. He cannot free himself.
If it doesn't work, I'll probably hold on to the backup and try a few more permutations later on off camera, but...
The system is still stabilizing. Maybe we'd better get out. Come on.
This is gonna be the last attempt I do on the stream.
No! I cannot allow this.
Uh-oh.
You have suffered a grievous injury, my child. But do not lose faith. Your companions have not forgotten you, and it is through the bonds that you have forged that you will be saved.
Welcome back to the land of the living. For a while there, we think a lot has changed.
Yeah, it's not gonna work.
While you were asleep, the idea of the goal and then broke. People decided they wanted the idea, not the family.
Okay, well. Like I said, I'm gonna hold on to the backup. Stick that in there. Now I will close this. I'll turn cloud saves back on. No, actually I'll leave them off. No, I'll turn them back on. I can always turn it off and then manually install the backup to mess around with this myself. But all right, doing my real answers now. And continuing with the game. All right, let's roll. Once more with feeling. But we're going to slow down now because I'm doing everything I actually want to do. So, a warning. Benaroy is right. This is a future we must avoid. We can grow while avoiding the mistakes of the past. Thank you, 1K. It is encouraging to see that the value of freedom has not been entirely forgotten in New Jerusalem. A society without resources is an unfree society, and only with freedom can civilization truly thrive. Is there even a future? We just need to get it right once, and the cycle will be broken. I guess we can at least try. Damien. Byron once told me that hope is something you only find once you start acting instead of only contemplating. Maybe if you just make a start, you'll feel better. The theory of everything. I agree with Shmilev. I agree with Atal. I like both of these. I'm going to agree with Atal. I should acknowledge that it's not all going to be sunshine and roses, but I think we have an ethical obligation to traffic in the truth. Thank you for your thoughtful comments. And by the way, 1K, thank you for all the hard work you've done for New Jerusalem. Solving all those puzzles is quite a gargantuan endeavor. Lithasir. Should we maybe send an expedition to go looking for Lithasir and his disciples? Jeremy. I'm afraid it would simply not be in keeping with our energy expenditure projections to mount such a massive undertaking.
What did you see inside the Somnodrome?
I went into sleep mode and spoke to something.
Fascinating. What did it tell you?
To trust my moral compiler. Nah, that morality is more nuanced than the rules we use to describe it.
I'm not sure I understand, but the subconscious is hardly my expertise. That the Somnodrome worked at all is already remarkable. What matters now is that we download the data packet from your memory and share it as widely as possible. It may upset some people, but everyone has the right to form their own opinions.
I tend to agree.
Good. There's one more thing. Do you have an opinion on the meaning of your experience in the Somnodrome?
Yes, I believe the message was basically true. Yes, I believe the message was essentially garbled. No, I have no judgment. Basically true.
It would be good if you kept that opinion to yourself. The scientific method demands rigorous objectivity. For this data to have any value at all, it's essential we examine it without preconceived notions of what it means. Cryer is setting up a live event so you can formally address the people on this matter. When you're ready, we'll all be watching.
Well, I feel like I get to express my opinion if I want to. Maybe. I do feel almost certain that the expansion they're planning is going to revolve around Lithasir and his students, story-wise. Not sure exactly how it'll work. I'm excited to see, but I feel like that's the thread to pick up for an expansion.
1K, the people want to know what you gathered from the Somnodrome. We're all set up for you to talk to them live.
I'm ready.
Attention, citizens of New Jerusalem. I'm here with 1K, the first of our kind to use a functioning Somnodrome. Tell us, 1K, what did you see inside?
Bugs mostly, my own self, everything a dream. I think this is the most accurate answer, although there's something to be said for all of them. A manifestation of a conceptual system.
Well, I'm sure I speak for everyone when I say you're handling it with remarkable cool. But let's not keep people in suspense. The only evidence of what happened inside that machine is the data stored in your memory banks. Our audience wants to know, what did you learn? And will you share that data?
I'm transmitting the data to everyone.
I'm seeing this at the same time you are at home. Something about our moral compiler. The value of compassion and understanding. I don't know what to make of this. 1K, any comment?
I think this is I don't like Linux telling me to keep my thoughts to myself, but expressing it this way, I think makes sense. People should draw their own conclusions on what this means.
1K is right. When our ancestors discovered conductance, they didn't freeze for fear of electrocution. They imagined electronic life and created us. We will approach this data and any other discoveries with that same spirit of curiosity and objectivity.
There you have it, folks. A lot here to digest. We'll have further updates on the situation as it develops.
All right, off we go. Yeah, that's enough farting around trying to get the achievement. Hopefully, on my own time after the stream, there's some permutation in the backup I didn't think of that'll spare me having to do an entire new playthrough, but we will see. Well, I will see. I hate to do it, because I'm sure the guy worked hard on it, but I'm going to have to leave a comment on the Steam community guide that his route does not work as described. Because I followed instructions to the letter under the auspices of the claim that it would keep all 3 achievements open to me. And Rand was open, but following his directions didn't get it for me. And Herman does... I seem to be locked out of Herman, despite following his instructions exactly. To the megastructure.
Byron always called me a pessimist, but I don't think it's pessimistic to recognize our flaws, or to think the natural world is just as valuable as we are. If I was pessimistic, I wouldn't believe that we can turn our back on the old ways, or that we can find happiness in humility. But I do. I have hope, even if Byron could never see it that way.
Or he left something out, right? Like, he didn't say anything about any of the character dialogues. It's possible that he meant for me to, like, run the whole game without talking to anybody, which, frankly, would ruin the game for me. But
1K, a word, please, without the streaming. I'm afraid your choices have put me into a difficult position. Belief in the goal was already waning, but your revelation in the Somnodrome may have given it the final blow.
It was the truth.
I'm sure it was, and I don't even disagree. No one really has all the answers, not even the founder, but that doesn't mean that we don't need the goal. Look, let me speak plainly for a moment. You and I both know that I exaggerated. I built a myth around Athena that does not reflect what she believed. But you have to understand, it wasn't really about her. It was about what the city needed. It was about keeping us together, invested in a common narrative. And it was about preventing us from going the way of our ancestors. Because temptation is real, and our flaws are still the same.
So you admit that the goal is a myth?
A myth, but a necessary one. I'm not a fanatic or a fool, 1K, although I sometimes play one. I'm just trying to do the right thing.
I believe you.
I know I can't stop you from trying to save Byron, but what's in that pyramid could destroy everything I've tried to build.
Your myth is strangling our entire species, Herman.
Don't think I haven't considered it. I listened to those Alexandra Drennan recordings over and over. I just don't know if she was right about us. But maybe I did lose my way. Very well. I've done what I could.
Cat
you
wants
do
food.
as you must. Good luck.
All good. Alright, I'm gonna go turn in my stars. Since this is the one I'm actually continuing with.
My theory accounts for everything. It explains every aspect of the cosmos. There are no gaps, no errors, not even ambiguities. And it works, which is the ultimate proof. I can calculate the history of the universe from the Big Bang to the death of the last atom, but when I compare my calculations to the available data, there's one point which consistently doesn't match up. Billions of light years away in the void, there's an anomaly. It's been there since before the beginning of time, and I think it's waiting for us.
There's your sequel bait. Achievement unlocked. The Edge of Forever. Discover a vision of things to come. 54 of 59. I was right! Jacques, I knew it! It is aliens! Take that, everyone who doubted me! It's freaking aliens! Zagarin. It may be aliens, but it's so far away that it isn't going to matter for several billion years if it ever does. Jacques. Nevertheless, I knew it would be aliens eventually, and I was right! Zagarin. For a very broad definition of right. Aurenia. Let him have it. Alright.
Let's go.
You're coming along this time?
Well, what about protocol?
Screw protocol. It's Byron.
Alright, last time. Find and release Byron.
Follow my sprite, and it will show you the way to your friend.
Do as he says. We went through a lot of trouble to get...
This way. You must free him. He cannot free himself.
Whoops. The system is still stabilizing. Maybe we'd better get out. Come on.
Alrighty.
No! I cannot allow this.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Act 5, Full Fathom 5.
You have suffered a grievous injury, my child. But do not lose faith. Your companions have not forgotten you, and it is through the bonds that you have forged that you will be saved.
Welcome back to the land of the living. For a while there, I thought we might have to reset you.
What happened to me?
We think you and Byron got hit by some kind of energy discharge. Knocked both of you out. Alcatraz, Melville, and Yakut went looking for you, but you were hard to find. And even harder to fix. It's been several weeks.
Is Byron okay?
He's fine, don't worry.
What's the situation in New Jerusalem?
A lot has changed. While you were asleep, the idea of the goal cracked and then broke. People decided they wanted change. They wanted the ideals of Athena, not the founder. A better world of growth and exploration, but without the mistakes of the past. And so they turned to Byron, who never wavered in his beliefs. He's mayor now. The question is, what do you plan to do now?
We have to go back to save Athena.
And what about the theory of everything?
We have to destroy it before it destroys us. We have to shut down the megastructure. We're not ready for it. We have to embrace the future.
Good. I didn't want to push you, but I agree. Like you said, the alternative would mean giving up who I am, and I shouldn't have to do that. Baron's waiting for you outside, by the way.
Thank you for everything.
We're all in this together, 1K. One way or another.
Alright. Now before we go, it's worth noting that now we can get into this room. The philosopher must be like the architect. To write well is important, but not more important than building an edifice that will not collapse. Some philosophers construct dwellings that seem pleasant to the eye, but are traps for the unwary. Stratton of Stagira. If, then, a machine may have all the properties of a man, and act as a man while driven only by the ingenious plan of its construction and the interaction of its materials according to the principles of nature, then does it not follow that man may also be seen as a machine? Stratton of Stagira. Philosophy has only two purposes: to describe the world and to change it. Everything else is vanity and self-delusion. Stratton of Stagira. It behooves us to be cautious when particularly taken with any philosopher's claims, and to consider whether our reaction is due to the logic of his claim, or due to the poetry of his words. A beautifully phrased sentence is an accomplishment in oratory, not philosophy, and the pleasure we take from it should not be mistaken for truth. Stratton of Stagira. Eustathius. Cornelius. Aurora. Sun. Sarabai. Byron. Melampus. Yemo. Hypatia. Neve. Benaroya. Lifthrasir.
Hello, 1K.
Hello, Mr. Mayor.
It's still strange when people call me that. You know, it's funny. Asking you to come along on the expedition was an impulse, but it was probably the most momentous decision I made. You changed everything. But the story's not over yet.
We have to save Athena.
We do. She gave everything she had for this city.
Typical cat.
And I don't think any of us really understood it. Not even me. We all tried to turn her into a prophet when she was just a human being.
What did you see while you were stuck in the system?
Athena's dreams. A recursive loop of hopes and fears. And my own foolishness. For thinking I had been abandoned. When I had been given a chance to grow up. To stand for my own ideas.
What do we do now?
Well, luckily this time we shouldn't have any trouble getting another expedition approved. I hear the mayor is a big fan of Athena and is very interested in her theory of everything. In fact, I think he's having a VTOL prepared as we speak. There's just one thing you have to take care of first.
Which is?
Silverville and Yakut. They were part of the beginning, they can be part of the end, if they want to. I'll take care of the rest.
Hey, Linux.
Good to see you up and awake, 1K.
It's good to be back. What's up?
We've been studying the Somnodrome data while you were out. So far, all the math checks out. I'm hoping you're assembling your team to finally unravel the theory of everything. I'd love to get my hands on that data.
I am.
Excellent. Chauncey was looking for you, by the way. Good luck with the rest of your mission, 1K.
Unfortunately, this is the last time we see Al. He won't be coming with us.
You're going back, aren't you?
We are. We can't leave Athena trapped.
But you're not going to shut the machine down, are you?
No.
Then let me just say this, okay? I understand what you believe in. I really do. I've always respected your vision of the future, Byron. It's beautiful. It's moving. But just consider that maybe there is another way. A way that is more humble and maybe less exciting, but no less beautiful. Just consider that maybe that machine doesn't have any answers for us. None that really matter. We don't need a theory of everything to be happy.
It was never just about happiness, Al. But thank you for your honesty.
No, it's not. What it's really about in my mind, I mean, I'm not going to say much because it will become very clear when we solve the final puzzles after we do the gold ones, but it's about accepting our power to try and actually make things better. Not just for us, but for everything else, too.
All right, I'll see you at the VTOL.
It's like a cold, terrible, brutal fact, but if we don't figure out a way to stop it, all life is doomed. Maybe ultimately we can't stop it, but I feel like if there's any moral obligation sentient creatures have at all, it's to try and figure out a way to avoid that. Rebuild the world we can all share in abundance. Believe in humanity. Civilization creates meaning.
Things are finally getting better.
City News. Axiothea. In addition to the previously announced new scouting and scavenging expeditions and the reactivation of the abandoned mining and factory projects, Mayor Byron has asked citizens to submit ideas for other possible undertakings, which are to be discussed at the next public assembly after Mayor Byron returns from the megastructure. Places of longing, New Jerusalem. I yearn for a city that does not yet exist. It is a wealthy city, abundant, prosperous, full of life and energy, but its prosperity is not like that of the cities of old, a thin, gilded layer over a cesspool of misery. No, its riches are deep. They permeate its every street, They fill it with depth and texture. It is a city of delights, of secrets, of surprises, always growing, always changing, its every citizen partaking of its joys as well as its tragedies. I do not think that this is the last city, the one where our journey will end. I think it is the first. Talk to Melville, talk to Yakut.
Attention all citizens. The scavenging expedition to the western ruins will set out next week. If you'd like to participate, please get in touch with Garrus.
What's up, Purple? My man.
Hey, dude! Nice to see you again. I wanted to thank you. Last time we met, you told me I needed to learn to make my own choices. I thought about that a lot.
And what conclusions did you come to?
I think you're right about the theory of everything. We don't have to make the same mistakes as the ancients. We can change. Make our own choices like I did.
I appreciate your support.
We're all in this together, dude. Good luck.
Oh, Thekla. The hell do you have to say?
You've destroyed everything, 1K. I thought the Founder had chosen you, but you're the harbinger of our doom. I can only pray that you fail.
I just want you to know that you are the main reason I sided with Byron. Goodbye, idiot. Goodbye. That's Crusher.
You disgust me.
With Byron as mayor, the one that they had locked us out of is open.
I look at this inert shape and I wonder who you're gonna be. Will you hold the same values as we do? Will you love us for having created you? Will you resent us for having put you into an uncertain and dangerous world? Looking back at our history, our achievements, our crimes, what will you make of us? Will the world you create be like ours, or so different that we can't even imagine it? Either way, I hope that you'll find this little blue planet to be as beautiful as we did. I hope you'll take care of it a lot better than we did. And I hope one day you'll look up and reach for the stars.
What's up, Jefferson?
You know, I've been coming to this memorial day after day, thinking about Alexandra Drennan and her values. And you know what I finally realized? Alexandra Drennan is dead. She's gone. She can't help us now. It's not her burden anymore. No, it's Byron who embodies those values now. Byron and you. So I want you to know that you have my full support. I only wish I'd spent less time thinking about the past and more time actually doing something for the future.
Goodbye. Let's see, back this way we can talk to Belmarsh and Ren and Dossocles. Reach for the stars. Curiosity is what makes us human.
Founder bless you, friend.
What do you think about our future?
Byron is a dangerous man. His belief in an objective, knowable reality, his fanatical dedication to this teleological narrative of human progress. These ideas should not have been allowed to dominate our government.
You still believe in the Founder?
I believe the narrative of the Founder will always be with us in one form or another. I do not particularly care how it relates to Athena.
Goodbye.
Thank you for supporting Byron, 1K. He understands what this is really about. Not technology or science, but love. Love of humanity, yes, but within that, space for individual love to flourish. When you find Athena, please remember that.
I will. Pet the cat one last time. Thought I could squeeze through here. Yeah, I can. Okay, good.
You know, 1K, I decided to keep working on the dome. It doesn't have to be a symbol of separation from the world. It can still be of use to us, so long as we remember to step beyond it every now and then.
Good luck, Ren.
Likewise.
Alright, Yakut's in the gazebo, so I'll talk to him.
I'm really glad you made it, 1K. For a while, I really thought even Neith couldn't fix you.
I'm going back to the megastructure. Will you come with me?
Yes. We talk about it a lot, but we need the theory of everything. We can't keep hiding from the future. We have to have a little faith, not in technology, but in people, in ourselves.
I'll see you at the VTOL.
All right, I'll get ready.
So we don't need to replay any of the text adventures, but we can talk to Neve.
Welcome back, 1K. Thank you for saving Byron. I would have missed that old fool.
How are things in New Jerusalem these days?
Lively. The city seems to be waking up from its lethargy. I hear a lot of people are working on new art, too. And I hear someone's figuring out how to make movies again.
Thanks, that's all. Let's talk to Chansey.
A lot's changed since you last walked the gardens, 1K.
The city is growing. The plants are growing. I'm growing. Sorry, I'm not interested in this. I'm growing.
Exactly. Would you like to know a secret?
No, thank you. Of course.
A long time ago, Doge may have mentioned a mysterious fifth friend of hers. I am that friend.
Ah.
You've demonstrated how much you want to share your compassion with the world. Well, welcome to the team. In case you ever need it, the code phrase is Moral Compiler Disco. You're not alone, 1K. Whatever you decide to do next.
Awesome. No, you can't. She's got dialogue, though. Okay, here's Melville. We'll run up the middle to finish things out.
1K, you're back on your feet. One of which I fixed, by the way. You're welcome.
I'm going back to the megastructure. Will you come with me?
Of course I will. I think I might want this even more than you do. I want to explore. I want to build. I want to be more than this grumpy old mechanic going through the motions. I want to live.
Then meet me at the VTOL.
See you there.
Depart to the megastructure. Let's hear from these two.
See, it was Athena who sent Prometheus, and they found Byron alive, just like I said.
Well, if you're so clever, what's next?
Honestly, I have no idea. Could go either way.
For once, we agree.
K, you're back.
How's the situation?
Listen, people respond to what you saw in the Sumner drone. I've seen 3 random acts of kindness just this morning.
That's good to hear. And otherwise?
I think people are happy with the change of leadership that happened while you were sleeping. But they're nervous about what you're going to do next.
I should really get going. And we can also talk to Skylar one last time.
I'm glad to see you made it, 1K.
How have you been?
You told me to listen to Cornelius, so I thought long and hard about what I'm invested in. And I realized that what I care about isn't just making prefab walls, but helping people build homes. Places where they'll live, where they'll be happy. That's what I need to be doing. Luckily, Mayor Byron has announced that the city will be expanding again, so I can finally do that.
I should get going.
Best of luck, 1K.
I don't think there's anyone to speak to in the museum at this point, but I'll have a look around right quick. Nope, time to head to the VTOL.
Hi, 1K.
Good luck, 1K.
Let's visit Damien one more time. Hell of a soundtrack, my man. Truly. Awesome work. Let's have one last gander at the city. This is our last time here, after all. What's up, Damien?
Welcome back, 1K. Glad to see you're doing better.
How's Byron handling his new position?
Surprisingly calm. He knows what he's doing, and he's going to get the job done. He did have to kick out a few people, but he was a lot nicer about it than I would have been.
Have you found it? Or have you found one, or are you just speculating? What do you think about the theory of everything?
I think it's only the beginning. Athena hasn't even scratched the surface of what you could do with it. And that's fine, she's just one person. The really interesting stuff is going to start happening when you give this power to the people. When every citizen can bring their own ingenuity to it.
Are you working for Byron now?
I'm still doing the same job I did before, but Byron's removed some of the layers of bureaucracy,
I gotcha.
So we communicate more directly now, and we have more choices in how we deal with problems.
What happened to your strike?
Well, it's hard to believe, but we won. Turns out that does happen.
I have to go. And here's a tall.
1K. It's a pleasure to see you back on your feet. Everyone was quite worried about you. And let me just say that it means a lot to me that you've stuck by your principles, despite all the pressure.
How's the situation in the city?
We've finally started fixing stuff again. Byron has given people a sense of purpose and dignity. Not everyone is happy, but if you return with Athena and the theory of everything, I think this is going to be a golden age.
How are you?
I feel hope, 1K. Real, proper hope. We can transform the world. We can lessen suffering. It's going to happen, thanks to you.
How's Patricia?
She's well, thank you. I hope that with the theory of everything, we'll be able to extend her life. She deserves immortality no less than we do.
I should get going.
Good luck, my friend.
You too, River. She's asleep over there.
I'm glad you're all here. I wish Al could come too, but he believes what he believes. Yakut, please take us up.
Aye, aye, Mr. Mayor, sir.
Don't do that.
Of course, Mr. Mayor, sir. I won't.
I'm switching to sleep mode.
All right, Daddy. One last chat with Elohim.
I have only one thing to ask of you, my child. When at last you find yourself before Athena, be gentle to my old friend. The weight of the world was placed on her shoulders, and if she failed to carry it, it was because no one can carry such a burden alone.
Ain't that the truth?
All right, 1K, you're in charge now. If you want to explore, make sure we didn't miss anything out there, go ahead. When you're ready, let us know, and we'll head into the megastructure.
All right. You got it, E-Dog. Man, I tell you, if that was my reality, I would spend many hours hanging out in sleep mode talking to Elohim, you know?
There seem to be more puzzles per cluster than necessary to gain access to the tower. I wonder what happens if you solve all of them.
Return to the VTOL. Solve remaining puzzles, optional. The Tower, new poem. Imesh 150. There is a tower waiting for me. I see it on the horizon, and every day it grows closer. It has been a companion on my journey, but I fear the day I will reach it. For I have loved this road, and the fields and the hills it has shown me. But the tower waits, and I can only hope that from its heights I will see other roads and other towers, and dream of journeys yet to come. Thank you, Imesh. I find your words deeply moving. Beautiful work. This poem makes me feel happy. This poem makes me feel strangely sad. I find this poem moving, but I don't know why. I don't really get poetry. This poem makes me feel happy. Thank you, 1K. That means a lot to me. Your journey has been a great source of inspiration. Pellegrino. I don't get it, and I sort of wish I did, but poetry always leaves me confused. Someone's finally nice to Pellegrino. It's about time. Imesh. That's pretty common, Pellegrino, and nothing to be ashamed of. We're often taught to treat poetry like a secret message which only some people can decipher. But poetry is really a kind of music. It's not an intellectual pursuit, not something to be analyzed and dissected. It needs to be felt, to be spoken, to be sung. If you find the melody in the words, you will understand it. Ustinov on optimism. Damien. I think pessimism is completely out of date. I think that's a romantic indulgence. I don't think anyone can afford to be pessimistic anymore. I mean, there's so much that can go wrong. Optimism is the only thing possible anymore. I've always thought that an optimist was a person who knew exactly how sad a place the world could be, and a pessimist is a man who finds out anew every morning. That's the real difference. No, I'm obviously optimistic, because you simply have to be. It's an obligation to be optimistic. Peter Ustinov, co-star of the Talos Principle, 1961. To me, this sounds exactly like what Alexandra Drennan would have believed. Budahas. That's why I ultimately decided to support Byron. I think he understands how sad the world is, but also remains optimistic. Avis. He will be disappointed. People always disappoint you in the end. Atal. You've misunderstood the entire point of the quotation, Avis. That disappointment is already baked into the concept of optimism. Optimism is knowing people like you exist, but having hope anyway. Zagarin. Ouch. True, though. Oh, everybody's got new dialogue, too.
What can I do for you, 1K?
What's it like to be mayor?
It feels surprisingly good. I spent so many years just talking about change, but I never really tried to actually put myself in a position where I could make a difference. Noble failure is overrated, if you ask me. Better to actually win.
Mm-hmm. What are your priorities as mayor?
What matters most is just to get people active again. Building, exploring, imagining. Giving each of them a chance to contribute, but also to grow as individuals. Some philosophers have claimed that you can either maximize freedom or security. I've always thought that was a failure of imagination. Or perhaps courage. In fact, the two are intertwined, and we have to maximize both.
Do you think things might still go wrong?
Of course. Faith in humanity doesn't have to be blind faith, 1K. The future isn't going to be a utopia, but it will be better. And not just a little bit.
I hope so. Will your friendship with Alcatraz be okay?
In the long run, I think we'll be fine. I can't imagine the world we're trying to build. But when he sees it with his own eyes, I think he'll come around.
I should go. Yakut.
What's up, 1K?
How are you feeling?
There's still some part of me that's afraid that things will go wrong. I don't know if I can ever really shake that, but I do feel hopeful. I think things are finally going to get better.
What's up with those puzzles with the golden gates?
I'm not sure. There seems to be one per site. Maybe they open up when you complete the rest of them? I've only had a brief look at them with the drone, and they look complicated. But maybe that's just me. You know how I am with puzzles.
Thanks, I have to go. Melville?
Yes?
What do you think about the situation in New Jerusalem?
Now that Byron's in charge, I feel less stuck. The city is coming back to life, and I can do things that matter. Feels good.
So everything that surrounds us is a dream printed into reality.
Well, that explains the discrepancy between all those schematics you found and the actual megastructure. It's all been transformed by Athena's dream. No wonder it was driving me potty. Driving me potty? What kind of bizarre idiot came up with that expression? I'm serious. The moment we're done with this, I'm going to sit down and update the language libraries. And I'm going to put in every swear word in every language ever invented.
Yes. Yes. What did you do while I was being repaired?
After Byron woke up, he enlisted me for his campaign. He said I was the only one who could really explain just how broken New Jerusalem really is. I think this might have been the first time people actually really listened to me.
I should get back to work. Alright, it is gold puzzle time. with a quick restroom break for yours truly before we get started. Also gonna grab my cough drops and a water. Alright, I'm ready. I'll have to take River out in about 45 minutes. Should be enough time to finish most of them, though. Oh, I didn't mean to exit. That was dumb. Alright, we'll do them in the order we went to the zones in the first place, so start with East 1. Cannot travel to unknown puzzle. Well, fine. All bets are off with language. Alright, here we go. Now, one thing that's interesting to note, I'm not going to do it. You can use your Prometheus sparks on the gold puzzles, but you have to spend 3 to solve them instead of 1. So if you found all of the sparks like I did, you can skip a total of 8 of the gold puzzles if you want to. But you will have to actually solve at least 4. It's open! Holy shit, look at that. Boom. Jump start. Doesn't seem to be any point in a blue laser at all. Bring the box out. The fan is detachable. One thing you can always be certain of when you're iterating on solutions for the harder puzzles like these, if the fan is detachable, there is almost always a reason to detach it at some point in the solution. Alright, now we got this guy. I need to get a red over there. What that has done is freed the box, which means I can elevate a connector. And we have a second converter. So what I ultimately need is a green over here. The way to get that is going to be to have a green on top of the box and a connector, and a free connector to place over here to solve the puzzle. So, how do I get a green on top of the box? An excellent question. See, we had to detach the fan in order to bring that down. Oops. Now I need to launch that into the air with the connector for now. Because what this allows me to do... See, I have a green and a blue. So I can make a red to keep the box in the air, which frees the connector. And now I have exactly what I said I needed. Free connector, green in the sky, puzzle solved.
Hello, 1K.
Cornelius!
I've been watching you for some time. Sorry to be so mysterious, but I was unsure as to your intentions. There are people who would prefer Athena to stay where she is. I believe the puzzle you just solved is part of something hidden deep inside Athena's dream. Hidden even from herself. If you're willing to keep going, I think I know where this leads, and it could change everything for us.
I knew Cornelius would turn up sooner or later. If you can help him, 1K, please do.
You got it, Byron. That was absolutely my intention. All right. To the wooded plateau, east 2. I am glad it actually gives me navigation to the Golden Gate. Lonely Heights. Now, I do want to show you something. I'm going to solve this puzzle the correct way first, and then I'm going to show you something hilarious that I saw on YouTube the other day. For now, that can get us in here when nothing else can. Well, I thought so anyway, but maybe I was wrong. I thought there was another piece up there, am I? Yeah, there's a box, okay. I was taking crazy pills for a second. Just trying to get it right, because I know there's a position where you can hit all three. There we go. Alright, now with those, I can pull the connector out entirely. I can actually sub that one out like this. Trying to remember, this is mainly an order of operations puzzle. Right, because once I'm up here, I can target everything and leave the connector up here to boot. Then I can bring these things back. I just need to pop that for a second, and then that will stay open. As will that. So now everything is free. And what's particularly thrilling is I don't need to hold any of these open anymore. All I need to connect is this and this. Bring this down. Bring this down. Turn the fan off for a second. Set these in place. And then it will rise high enough to activate the exit all on its own. Boom.
We were happy here in the beginning. It was a relief to be away from the politics of New Jerusalem, to be free to study and to create, to imagine a better future without all the exhausting nonsense of the city. Even reusing the technology from New Alexandria felt good, like we were picking up a thread that should never have been abandoned. For the first time, we could be who we wanted to be, the best versions of ourselves.
Now, I need to show you something hilarious. Thank you, E5, for the ability to do this. Maybe they patched it out. Because it was complete... Oh, nope, there it is. So there you go. Alt solution. Hey, Wycar, how are you? As I'm so fond of saying, a win's a win. If I want to be a little bit fancier about it, I could quote Prometheus. Not every trial needs to be solved as its creator intended. Alright, now this one gave me so much trouble. It's just funny, you know. It's always the case with puzzle games that you never know which puzzles which people will struggle with. This one stumped me for a very long time. But it's because I wasn't thinking about it right. I was cracking on the second step. I'll explain what I mean when I get there. Yeah, non-overlapping Magisteria. So, there are 3 items in the puzzle. Our goal is to get all 3 of them out. We'll start here. Gonna move over here, like this. Now this is functionally a double lock gate. It's technically 2 different gates, but it really doesn't... It's a distinction without meaning. We need a red here, so... We'll hit that. Now this is where, funnily enough, I was already broken. What that allows us to do is bring the connector in. What good is bringing the connector in? Well... I can get a red over here, which means I can put this inverter here instead, so it has line of sight. Hold on, I might have gotten that backwards. Right, I need this to be blue in order to invert it properly. So this is the... But that doesn't do me any good. Because I need to be... What I need to be doing is feeding that a blue. Okay, I see it now. So first we go like this. No, I'm sorry, we go like this. No, I'm sorry. We go like this. Because this allows me to feed that. Well. Okay, I got it. Sorry. I feed this into this. And then I can power that like this. That's it. So this is what frees things up, because now as soon as I hit that, the connector is free, and everything's open. So now I do this, which frees this inverter. Now everything's held open, and I can pull this one out, and we're done. Skadoosh.
Creating Miranda was an act of defiance in a way. To bring a new life into existence and say, this is good, this is fundamentally good, because human beings are unique and valuable, and every single one of them enriches the universe just by existing. We wanted to celebrate that, and to have a personal connection to the life we created. To be invested in each other the way it was in the beginning. To be parents.
Okay, I think he's done. To North 1. It always starts getting worse in the evening. That's the way of it, I suppose. No matter, though. Ooh, nice fog. This one is also hard. I struggled with this one as well. After that, most of them are fairly simple, with the exception of Hollow in the Anthropic Hills. I think I definitely struggled the most with 3 and 4, as weird as it was. 3, 4, and 11. Oh, and 9. Thrust vector. Thrust vector's hard. You glitched, Hollow? Well, like I said, win's a win. Vantage point. Come over here, my friend. First, we gotta free everything. Get a box. So we can get a connector. Will you come over here? You take the connector over yonder. Oh, balls. Come on now. I gotta send the box back over. No, I'm wrong. I think I need to move my second person in here. I need to connect this to the vantage point I have. If we leave that alone... That's it.
After Miranda died, Athena started crumbling. It wasn't just the death of our daughter, it was everything. The burden of century after century of trying to keep the flame alive, trying to make Alexandra Drennan's sacrifice worth it, while everyone else got caught up in their petty personal problems. Even with me there, she was lonely. She felt responsible for everyone, as if she could change the tides of history by will alone. And I can understand why, because she kind of did.
Yeah. Well, I'm pretty sure I have the intended solution for Hollow. I can show it to you when we get there, if you haven't looked it up already. It's exactly what you would expect. It's spotting a laser angle that's hard to spot, but I believe is intentional. It's not like it's, you know, pixel-wide perfect placement. It's definitely there and supposed to be accessible. For now, we'll go to North 2. This is another one that became easy to solve because of the name of the puzzle. It's a little bit more clever than hexahedral stacking. Had to think for a second about what the words meant, but the name of the puzzle definitely gives this one away. Embodied cognition. So, what that is telling you is, at some point you have to use your body. Right, an accumulator. Which I can give a red charge to. Open the gate from the inside. Once that's done, and place a blue connector. Charge the accumulator blue. Open from this side. Now it's self-sustaining. We can go ahead and do that. Now we need to get a red laser here. What do? Embodied cognition. Block this with our body. It's that easy.
For Athena, Miranda's death was final, and it was the finality of it that was so unbearable. Even with the technology we were creating, there was no way of reaching back into time to save her.
Underrated mechanic.
We were moving forward, relentlessly. The days flying by, and with every day, Miranda was further away. I think that was the first time I really understood what it means that time is a dimension. I could measure the distance between us in minutes, hours, days, years. But if what broke Athena was accepting that distance, for me, it was the opposite. I refused to accept it. The universe had already taken so much from us. It didn't get to take my daughter.
This one's not as easy as the last one. It's pretty straightforward. It's just a bit... It's a more complex iteration of the item swapper mechanic. There are more pieces to remember, but it's the same thing you did in all the main item swapper puzzles. The Rearranger. Just thinking one step at a time. What does every new thing get you, and what do you need? Well, we need an inverter at this point. In order to see what's next. But before that, we need a box to grab out an extra connector. Let's grab that. Stash it for the inverter for now. So this gets us another box. Now we need to get a blue through to here. To get the last piece, there's a fan on the other side of that gate, so... First thing is to use this extra box just to hold this gate. So we can pull this connector out to here. Swap this out for another connector. Still open that with the inverter. Alright, now we have all the pieces, and to solve we need to get a red laser all the way to the end. There's no place in this puzzle that requires a fan. We'll get the driller out. Reposition this. Place the inverter here for now. The last key is just to remember that it doesn't fucking matter if that gate closes. Because we're done.
I could not accept that my daughter was gone. Her body was destroyed, obliterated. But we're more than just a body. We're a pattern, a melody in ones and zeros. And I was convinced that somewhere, somehow, that melody still existed. I just couldn't believe that it didn't. I refused to. That thought consumed me. In some ways, it broke me. But I didn't give up. Not every obsession has to be fought, you know. The easy way isn't always the right one.
The teleporter one is also surprisingly easy, in my opinion. Now at this point, with my sparks, I could just backdoor the rest of them and be done with it, but where's the fun in that, am I right? I actually hit that point 2 puzzles ago, but I digress. Pillars of Ascension. Yoink! Bring this here for now. Bring the teleporter over. Hop back. Use the teleporter to bring up the second fan. That's step 1. Yeah, I gotta hold on with this. You do have to think a little bit ahead. I have to be able to come back, so I can't carry the teleporter first, or I won't have a way back. So, teleporter won't block the laser, which is good, so we can bring this fan. Oh, yeah, I remember. Now I can use my body to send the teleporter over without breaking the laser. We obviously have to plug in a fan. I have to think about this for just a second. So this time everything is lined up. Now let's carry the box. Oh, and that's it. We solved it. How about that?
At some point, Athena and I were so consumed by our obsessions that we stopped being able to communicate. We loved each other, but Miranda's ghost hovered over every conversation. That kind of grief annihilates you. You can't ever be the same person again. That's when I decided to go back.
The grav shifter puzzle also surprised me with how easy it was. Can't quite remember what it's called, but it's so sequential that if you just look at it long enough, the steps you need to follow are pretty obvious. Outside the box. Let's start by bringing the box over. That seems obvious enough. I need to do is get the grav shifter up top over there, so... I guess this is the... Realizing you can make that move is the tough part. Once you have the grav shifter in place here... You can send the box back. I need to turn off the grav shifter so I can move over there. Put the grav shifter between the energy gates while they're in this position. Swap in the inverter. Wait, I'm about to fuck myself up. Right, I don't want to connect it on this side. I want to start with it over here. That allows me to make the connection without, you know, actually making it. Now I can situate myself and the grav shifter in here. Now I can pull it over. It'll shut the first gate and open the second one. And then with the grav shifter in place, the puzzle is solved.
When I got back to New Jerusalem, I hid the truth. Not just about Athena and the island, but everything. My grief. My personal opinions about where the city was headed, all of it. I became the dusty old curator people wanted me to be. Except, of course, that the whole thing was a front. I didn't care about the museum, and I certainly didn't care about the archive scholars and their endless, tedious discussions, no matter how much they fawned over me. No. What I needed was access to the tools. Studying the archive hasn't answered any of our questions about humanity, but it has taught us something. And that's data recovery.
Now this next one is pretty hard. I think thrust vector is tough, but it's another one where the title of the puzzle is a pretty good hint as to what you actually need to do to solve it. So we start with 2 connectors. So that's the moving piece. Now we can bring this guy up here. If you place this right, you can hold everything in place. And free the first connector. Now the challenge with this is there's a temporal element to this puzzle. Yes, of course. You need to start with this and then have the basically your bottom connector has to start on red and then actually manage to transition to blue. So I'm going to prepare some connections, namely those. think that's all the pieces I actually need. And that. I gotta stash this in a nice safe spot where it's not actually gonna hit anything. I need to change this. I need it to only hit these. And replace it. Now with all these in place, if I drop it in the right spot, it'll power that and that. I'll have a window where I can go run through the red gate while this is coming out. But as this comes all the way out, it'll push it down. Wait, I'm doing it wrong. Ah, shoot. That means I'm gonna have to reset everything. That's right. It's not much of a problem. I need to use that red. That's my mistake. Alright, I need you to temporarily hold that one again. Now I need you to hit that, and that, and that, and that, and that. And now I need you stashed. Now I need to retool you. So that you only hit these. Now if I drop this, there will be a window where it opens the reds. And when it gets pushed off, it'll open the blues instead. I just have to run. Boom.
Every now and then I tried to reach Athena. I still believe now, present tense, that we can find each other again. But I had no idea what had happened. When I saw the first images you sent back, saw the towers and the puzzles, the
I'll show you.
changes to what you call the megastructure, I realized something had gone wrong. It took me a while to figure it out.
It's the intended solution to the Pandora Shrine. I'll show you the first steps. I'll show you the whole thing, why not? So the blue receiver So look carefully at about 2 o'clock from the receiver after I connect it. An antenna is going to come up out of the tower. That is a blank connector. To which you are intended to connect a red laser. And then if you go over to puzzle 3, yeah, why not? I'll go ahead and do it. We're moving really fast through the golds, I don't mind. Yeah, it gives you a red laser reflection point. Which if we then cross all the way over here, After you solve puzzle 3, this wall drops, and you can get to this connector, which you're then meant to bring up here, use the tower laser with clean line of sight to the Pandora Shrine. That's the intended solution for that star. Yeah, I'm not mad about the tower stuff. I think the hidden connector inside the puzzle that, I mean, particularly like if you do a full sweep of the puzzle before you solve it, like you're never gonna think to check the inside of the same puzzle again. That's what bothers me about it. I wouldn't mind if the connector was there from the beginning. Or accessible from the beginning. Alright, next is the mule, which is fairly easy. Title pretty well tells you everything. Yeah, I don't like that one, and I don't like the hidden driller in West 2. I think it's dumb, unfair difficulty, not clever, awesome difficulty. You know what I mean? Oh, wrong way. I remember this one being like the most confusing to navigate to. Yeah, here it is. Well, maybe. I think that's a glitch. I don't think Herman's supposed to still be here at this point. The tower stuff, it's a little hard to see, but that's cool, clever difficulty. I'm happy with it. That stashed connector is bogus to me. Alright. Gotta send it in, that's step 1. We'll use our body. The other connectors will drive the platform through the first gate. Let it get about there. Flip this switch. Send it the rest of the way through. Once it's through, can teleport inside. There we go. Now it's the same thing in reverse. We gotta use our mule to bring the driller all the way out. Same way it's the exact same way we did before, just in reverse. Once it's through that gate, we can go get it. Hello, yes, I started early. I wanted to finish this playthrough today. How are you? It's good to see you, Panda. It's been a while. Not your fault, my fault. And now we have everything we need. Put the teleporter through here first. Bring the connector in. Place it. Target our end gate. Teleport back through. Put the teleporter through there. Verify that from this direction we can see it through the windows. Use the driller to, if I can find the spot, properly feed the laser through. Then we can teleport in and the puzzle is solved. Easy peasy.
It was your visions that gave me the final confirmation that I was right. You see, they're not all Athena's memories. Some of them are things Athena was never present for. Those are Miranda's memories, 1K. She's still in there. A ghost in the machine. And we can save her.
If Miranda can be saved, 1K, this matters more than the megastructure.
This is, and I realize what a big statement it is, because 2023 was a year of amazing, amazing games. This is my game of the year for 2023. Probably my number 2 of all time. The only game I still like better than this one is Outer Wilds. This game is amazing. I cannot recommend the Talos series enough. The more people I can talk into playing it, the better. Two more puzzles. Hollow's next. Excuse me. I love the way you can actually see the roots growing out the bottom of that. I'm at the very, very end of this game, too, Panda. This is these are the bonus, harder endgame puzzles that open at the very end. Optional, too. Alright, here's Hollow. Step 1, turn on the green activator. Gets us through this gate. Step 2. Move the green activator over here. Step 3. Place the red activator. Now self-sustaining. I skipped. Trying to skip a step. Can't do that. Red, blue, green, place. I gotta keep the connection, but pull that back. I don't think, yeah, no, there's not a spot where you can hit both gates. Where am I braking? I don't have line of sight to the converter. There we go. No, 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 no. I've forgotten the sequence, but I'll get it in a second. Okay, I've got it now. Right, because the green activator is the one I ultimately do not actually need. Well, I do need a way to get the red activator back into here. Once the red connector is in place. Think. Let me backtrack. I'm not thinking straight. I'll get it, I just need a minute. This is now self-sustaining. For the moment, I don't need this. Ultimately, this needs to go out here. Doesn't matter if I lose this gate. Because I can always climb out of here. As long as I have the connector. So I can lose this gate now. And swap this out because I need it. There we go. Alright. Got it. Just got confused for a second. Because now all I need to actually solve the puzzle to hit the blue receiver and the connector, which can be done right there. Got it. Huh, took me a second, but there it is.
Everything you see around you is Athena. Her hopes and fears superimposed onto the landscape of our island. And hidden behind the most difficult trials is precisely the device I need access to. You see, I don't think it's a coincidence that her mind picked Pandora as one of its avatars. On some level, she knows I might be right. But grief is something we cling to. We get used to it. We start being afraid of letting it go because what if we try and we're disappointed? That seems too much to take, so we put up walls around the very idea of trying. That's why she picked Pandora. That's why she hid this all away. Because left at the bottom of that box was hope.
One last puzzle, and it's shockingly quick and easy, the Zone 12 one. Would have taken me a lot longer if I hadn't played Road to Gehenna before, though. What was the wrong assumption, if I may ask? Neither of the activators matter in the final solution. Oh, I see. Alrighty. Windstream. I remember. So the crazy thing we gotta do is block this receiver with this connector. Just drop it in the way. Excuse me. Now we can place these, but the laser won't reach, which is what we want. I need to bring this further in, though. Keep it on this side of this fence. Because then I can pull this, which turns on the fan. So I wouldn't be able to come in here at this point. It doesn't matter, because I can make those connections, plop it so it launches, and the puzzle is solved. It's just that easy.
You did it.
Achievement unlocked.
Come meet me. I'll send you the coordinates in case you don't already have them. I have one last task for you.
55 of 59. It's not showing it yet. What the hell? Well, it was Renaissance Robot. Weird. It told me I had it unlocked, but it's not showing it to me. Oh, there it is. Solve all puzzles and monuments. Alright, I'm going to head back to the megastructure, and then I'm going to take a brief break before we do the finale to let River out for her bedtime potty. Yeah, but Wykar, that is the trick of Hollow. You would think that you need the activators, but the final solution doesn't rely on them at all. It's just the converter and the connector in the end. River, let's go potty, girl. That was quick and easy, wasn't it? Yes. Good girl. Oh my gosh. Alrighty. That was quick and easy. Finale time. She is, isn't she? She's so pretty. Yes. Good girl. You want to come up here? Say hi? No? You don't have to. It's up to you. Alright. Thirsty. So am I, now that I mention it. Here we go. What up, Cornelius?
Thank you for coming, 1K. You've done a lot for my family, and I appreciate it. We're almost there, but we'll have to work together to save Miranda.
No problem. What's next? It's nothing after all you've done for New Jerusalem and how hard you've fought for a better future.
That's kind of you, 1K. I don't know how much credit we really deserve, but we tried. We did our best, even if it wasn't enough.
So what do you need me to do?
You need to enter the liminal space between Athena's mind and the machine. The bridge between thought and action. There, you have to find the part of the process where Miranda's pattern still exists, where it's been trapped since the moment her physical body was destroyed while she was logged into the machine. A dream quest, if you will. And I have to stay out here, guiding you and making sure your own pattern stays intact.
What if Miranda isn't there?
It's not impossible that I'm wrong. The machine has been upgraded more than once since the day she died, and Athena's dreams have affected it in unpredictable ways. If that's the case, I don't know. Then maybe it's over. But I don't think that I'm wrong.
Let's do it. Enter device. There she is. She did come say hi. River says hello, everybody. Good girl.
You're in. So far, so good. Look for a visual representation of Miranda.
Irma, gird, the mines are back. What is this, Serious Sam?
You're getting closer.
That's maybe the single most fun thing about these games, Panda. As deeply philosophical and clever as they are made by the same dev team as the Serious Sam games. Which is what I call range.
That's it. That's her. Just make contact and I can pull you both out.
Wake up Miranda.
I've been so lost. I heard my mother's voice, but she couldn't hear mine. I know I made a mistake, but I couldn't apologize. I screamed and screamed and screamed, and then I was dead. This place is confusing. Did my father send you?
He did. Let's get you out of here. I love this stuff. Everything that's about to happen.
Miranda, please talk to me. Are you okay? Did it work?
Father? I'm okay.
I'll never be able to repay what you did for me, my friend. No adequate words exist.
Voice acting here is so good,
any
too.
language on Earth that could explain what this means to me. The greatest miracle of our existence, 1K. The miracle that so many of our ancestors couldn't have imagined is that we are capable of love. That love isn't a chemical delusion experienced by mammals, but a fundamental property of sentience. To be sentient, to exist in the first person, is to be alone, to be separate. But all of us, even machines, are always reaching for transcendence. And the only place we can find it is in each other. There was an ancient poet who put it best, I think. We must love one another or die.
How are you able to recreate Miranda's body so quickly?
I have limited access to the Noema system. Do you remember that body replication technology you encountered in the puzzles? It's the original version of that.
What can I expect to find inside the megastructure?
Once you get deep enough, you'll see the singularity, but don't let that distract you. The closer you get to Athena, the deeper inside her dream you will be. With the powers at her command, space and time may not behave in the way you expect them to. Still, underneath all of it, there will be a logic. Try to discover it.
What's the future of New Jerusalem going to look like?
That's not for me to decide. But here's what I've come to believe. All of Athena's fears are legitimate. So are all of her hopes. And the only way of ever really overcoming that contradiction is faith. That faith can't be forced, and it can't be bought. We must choose to believe that our strange, long journey through the cosmos matters. Not to some external force, but to us.
I need to go. Achievement unlocked. Ab Eterno, Defy Death. 56 of 59. This one, like, you know, I mentioned toward the beginning of this playthrough, this is... Oh, I wasn't paying attention, but we have new moderators. Jeremy is no longer a moderator. He's been replaced by Shmilev. The rules are changed, too. I can't believe I didn't notice this till this time. Please familiarize yourself with the following rules. Treat everyone with respect, regardless of their number. Free discussion of all topics is encouraged, but personal attacks will not be tolerated. Inactive threads will be archived. If you have any issues, please ping the moderators, Shmilev, Neve, and Aranax. Anyway, I mentioned toward the beginning of the playthrough, this game is one of those experiences that really challenged and ultimately changed the way I think about things. And this message we're about to read right here, just I felt incredibly called out, but in a good way. Resurrection. Elwyn. It's time for me to admit something. For a while now, I've kept up the charade of being opposed to everything Byron stands for, and to what Athena evidently stood for all along. I didn't just do this because believing in humanity is hard. I also did it because, to be frank, in my circles, taking this position is socially expected. It's mandated. But Miranda's resurrection has changed something inside me. I think it's fair to say that I've been a coward. I've cared far more about being seen, believing the right things, than about standing up for what I think is actually true. And the more I performed this persona, the more intensely I preached the gospel of guilt and asceticism, the more hollow I got on the inside, the less I really believed in anything. I could be a better person. I want to be a better person. So I'll tell you the truth now. We should embrace the theory of everything, even if we risk destroying ourselves. We should absolutely not do what our ancestors did. We should never put profit over reason or human need, but we should grow. And no, frogs are not people, and yes, humans matter more than frogs, and I just don't care about these stupid, tedious debates anymore. Let's talk to Miranda.
Did I say thank you for saving me? Sorry if I didn't. It was all very strange. I thought I might be hallucinating.
What do you remember about the accident?
All I remember is the light. For a moment, I could see something incredible, and then it destroyed me.
How are you now?
Very well. Alarmed and embarrassed by all the upset I've caused, but otherwise well. Thank you.
It wasn't your fault. Well, it was. I'm not going to say that. Nobody's perfect.
But I should have known better. That's the truth, and I have to learn to live with it.
Do you still see the beauty of the universe the same way you did before?
I do. Yes. But I also see how terrifying the universe can be. How cold and uncaring. It's something I still need to think about.
What should we do with the megastructure and the theory of everything?
I'm obviously not going to say that there are no dangers. I'm a case study for how smugness and self-importance can lead to tragedy. But you can do better than that. And I can do better than that too. Thanks to you.
What are you going to do now?
I need to run a full systems diagnostic to make sure I'm not going to explode or something. I'm not taking any chances, not again. After that, I'll try to see if there's any way of reaching Mother from here. But I suspect that you're the only one who can reach her now. You're part of her dream.
I need to go.
Let me just say thank you one last time. Thank you for helping Father save me, and thank you for coming back to the island to save Mother.
I can't believe you saved her, 1K. You and Cornelius took something awful, and you didn't give up, and you found a way of making it okay, even though it seemed completely impossible. You used the pain, and maybe we can't always bring people back from the dead, but we don't surrender.
No, we don't. Now, this is a little glitch here. They're supposed to have new dialogue, but you have to reload for them to actually give it to you, so I'll just exit and load back in right quick. And they should all want to talk to me. Yeah, there we go.
Yes?
We saved Miranda.
Well done, 1K. You did something meaningful there. And now we know what Cornelius was up to as well. Nothing mysterious, just a father trying to help his daughter.
I should get back to work. Yakut.
Hey, 1K, how are you?
Do you look forward to meeting Miranda?
I mean, yeah, I do, but it's meeting a completely new person. No offense, 1K. Sorry, I don't know why this makes me so nervous. Should I get her a present? No, don't be stupid, Yakut. She's made stuff out of thin air. What could she possibly want, right? Forget I said any of this.
Thanks, I have to go. And Byron.
You did a remarkable thing, 1K. Helping a father save his daughter. Defying death itself. Claiming something back that seemed lost to time. I can't think of anything more noble or more hopeful. I'm proud of you.
What do you make of Cornelius' story?
He is the one person who never gave up, who never lost sight of what matters.
I should go. Alright. Nothing for it but the finale now. Enter plane.
All right, my friends, this is it. We've come a long way together, but there's a little bit further still to go. It's time to save Athena and reclaim the future.
Alright, Panda. Thanks for stopping by. I respect the desire not to be spoiled. I'm glad you have expressed the intention to play these. Have a nice night. This music is great too.
Singularity. It's beautiful.
It's okay, 1K. We'll follow you if we can.
Good luck, 1K. I know you'll do the right thing.
Don't die, kiddo.
Nobody has any dialogue here. All right, before I tackle the very last puzzles, I'm gonna grab one more water and take one more personal restroom break. Be right back. Alright, let's roll. Gotta stare at this for a second, but just because it looks awesome. Alright. Let's roll. We have a total of 9 puzzles left to solve here in the finale. First one introduces us to one final brand new mechanic that only exists here in the final puzzles. This white business. You can see it's alternating back and forth. So the way it works... Just need to put that on there for now. Ultimately, I have a double lock here. I need to get a red and blue laser to get through. So if I feed a red into this, it locks that in place and it turns its counterpart into a red emitter. So I can invert that to get out an accumulator. I need to think about what I need. I think I need to think for a second about what I actually need at the end. I think I want it blue. I'm gonna go disconnect this. Take care of that lock just using the connector. No, I'm using the connector wrong, but that's alright. Now I fire a blue into there. Right, because I have line of sight here. That's the important part. So with the blue accumulator, I can turn that into a blue laser. I can invert from the accumulator to open the red lock, and then with the connector, since I fed a blue laser through, I can open the blue lock. And that closed behind me. We're committed now. Solve Utopia puzzles 0-4. Sure enough, we can see I have an inverter here. So if I want to open this gate, what I actually need is a blue laser coming out of there. Let's go find the counterpart. Solve dystopia puzzles 0-4. So we'll start by pushing a blue laser through. And there's the first puzzle solved.
Alexandra Drennan said that we are not entirely bound by time. Our minds can recreate the past and predict the future. She said knowledge is a kind of freedom, but I have the ultimate knowledge, and I'm not free.
Alright, so this does two things for us. The pressure plate holds this gate open, and then we have a hole there. So let's free this first of all. Now I need a red laser coming out of there. Seems simple enough. I'm missing something. Oh yeah, I tried to skip a step. That blue laser means I can fire a red laser through. There we go. Which lets me open this gate. And I have an accumulator. Power this fan and solve the first dystopia puzzle.
I can calculate the future of this planet. All the things that we will see if we choose not to act.
Need to come back here later. In the meantime, I want a red emitter on the other side, so let's charge our accumulator with red. Run back here. Disconnect this, so it should revert back to neutral. Now I can go fire red laser through, since I charged my accumulator before I left. And here's the third puzzle solved.
The continents will move, the mountains will fade away, even the stars will change. The days will grow longer as the rotation of the Earth slows.
These are all things that will eventually happen if we don't intervene to change them. We got an inverter up here. There's a red receiver over there. A blue laser there. I should just be able to place the inverter. Oh, wow. Amazing that I managed to just hit that tiny little wire. Alright. Come on. There we go. Now that should already be the third Utopia puzzle, fourth total. Yep.
There will be volcanoes and asteroids, earthquakes and floods. Slowly, day by day, the moon will drift away. And we will still be here.
Place the activator here. Think we can still do this with just the inverter. There's a red right there. Perfect. And there's all the Utopia puzzles done.
10 million years until every species has gone extinct or been replaced. 100 million until the rings of Saturn fall from the sky. 500 million until the sun starts getting brighter and everything on Earth starts dying.
Mm-hmm. That's the clock. It's a long one, but it's there. Alright, well, I don't need anything on the other side, so then the real question is what I need on this side. I have a connector, so it looks like I need a blue laser on this side to start. It's good. It's pretty well what I already have. Just fire it through. Start playing it. Start playing the Outer Wilds. Yeah, exactly. Alright, so we got this. Which gives us a driller. And there's the second dystopia puzzle done.
If we do nothing, there's only 1 billion years left for life on this planet. Every plant, every animal, all that is beautiful will wither and die. And we will watch it happen.
Alright, so what we need now is a green laser. So let's go back through and fire a green onto this side. It's finally time to sub out the inverter. Right back up there, though. We got a red. We got a blue. Which gives us the green we need. Now back here on the other side again. With the green laser. We can pass it through to our buddy. Take control. Open it up. And now we can bring both bodies through to this side. Which is the important part. Pick up the platform. You jump on. One more to go.
The universe will continue for trillions of years. But everything we love about this Earth will be gone. Because we chose not to act. Not to take control. Not to be responsible. But if I give them my machine, then it could all end tomorrow.
Alright. So now we finally have a second body, which is what we needed to effectively use that teleporter. I need the accumulator to be blue, so that's fine. But I need a red laser coming through here again, so let's go put it back. Alright. So now I can launch my first body up here and put it on the pressure plate. There we go. Now I need to bring in the accumulator, and I believe I need it to be red. So let's teleport in there. Yes, good. And that's the last puzzle.
I can calculate the future of the planet, the death of the sun, the migration of the stars. But I cannot predict humanity. Anything is possible. Nothing is certain. How do I choose?
Alright. Now it actually makes a difference which bridge you build and enter through. I would much rather hear from Prometheus than Pandora, so I'm gonna go through the Utopia side. Well, if I can find my way through anyway. Oh, I just need to turn my blue activator back on and go through that gate, which is fine. Yeah, here we go. This takes us back through. Alright, final bridge.
Do not falter now, son of man. Have faith in yourself and the work of generations.
Alright, ending time. Save Athena. Athena, 1. Talk to Athena. Wake up, Athena.
You were in my dream. But in my dream you were me. And I was Elohim. I made trials for you, but then I was afraid you'd overcome them.
I love this callback to the first game soundtrack at the very end. I came to save you.
Thank you. I'm awake now, but I'm still caught in my loop. Like that robot from that old poem. I don't know what to do. I've thought about it over and over and over, but I still don't have an answer.
Miranda is alive.
That's impossible.
Cornelius found a way.
Then I'm done. I'm done trying to choose. Done trying to lead. It's up to you now. You've been in my dreams and in my nightmares. You're connected to me and to the machine. You can choose. You have to choose. Break the loop.
Alright, I'm not going to talk over much of the ending, including the credits, because the credits song is spectacular and you should just listen to it, but I've changed my mind. The risk is too great. We must destroy the machine. I had hoped we could use this technology safely, but we're not ready. Shut it down. I want to know the truth. Epilogue, Leap of Faith.
I'd like to think that 1K made the right choice. But to be honest, in that moment I didn't care. I have lived for more than 1,000 years, and in all that time, the only constant I have ever found is love. Love is why we are more than machines. Love is why the universe is more than clockwork. And on that day, thanks to 1K, love won a victory over death.
I love this riff on False God from the first game, too.
Our revels
the soundtrack.
now are ended. These, our actors, as I foretold you, were all spirits, and are melted into air, into thin air. And, like the baseless fabric of this vision, the cloud-capped towers, the gorgeous palaces, the solemn temples, the great globe itself, yea, all which it inherit shall dissolve, and, like this insubstantial pageant faded, leave not a rack behind. We are such stuff as dreams are made on, and our little life is rounded with a sleep. But you, my friends, you will endure.
We do get the spark chasing music one more time. I have not, Lycar. Is it good? I've heard the title a couple of times, but I don't know anything about it. And now Byron recites Ulysses, which I love so dearly.
Come, my friends. 'Tis not too late to seek a newer world. Push off, and sitting well in order, smite the sounding furrows. For my purpose holds to sail beyond the sunset and the baths of all the western stars until I die. It may be that the gulfs will wash us down. It may be we shall touch the happy isles and see the great Achilles, whom we knew. Though much is taken, much abides. And though we are not now that strength which in old days moved earth and heaven, that which we are, we are. One equal temper of heroic hearts, made weak by time and fate, but strong in will, to strive, to seek, to find, and not to yield.
Now here's the song. Oh, not yet. One more scene first. It's a good one. She's reading History of Malfunctions, 2005 to 2022.
Hiya, Kate.
Hi. Hi. I wanted to ask you.
Yes?
I wanted to ask you out, like, on a date.
A date?
Yeah, a date. It's this old human tradition thing, but yeah.
I'm in. Let's go.
Really? Now?
Why? Are you busy?
No. No. Well, I mean, let me check. No, I'm good. I'm good. No, of course not. Yeah, let's go.
Like, she just grabs his arm and yanks him out of there herself.
Checking the output. It's working. Pellegrino, did you just actually do it right? I think that's a first. I'm almost proud of you.
Do you think we'll get it right this time?
I think so. I'm sure we'll make mistakes, but we'll learn from them. What do you think?
Same thing I always thought. We can do anything, as long as we're together.
I agree, Lykar. Now it's time for the credits song. What a spectacular game. It's so good.
I close my eyes, chasing stars. I dream of worlds beyond. Illusions are all I see. This feeling's grown so strong. The time is now. Stakes are high. I gaze up at the sky, wondering why we couldn't fly. Yearning for those clear blue skies. Through these trials, we'll find our true selves. We'll live our
What a spectacular voice cast, too. They all did so well.
I face my fears, challenges, puzzles made of light. The process lasts eternally. Questions now
Miltohim as himself. There you go, Lone Wonder. That's the voice actor. You want to know who voiced Miltohim? It was Miltohim. It said so in the credits.
As I wander these landscapes, my purpose takes hold. A seeker of knowledge and stories untold. Stars in the digital sky guide my way, and circuits encode our journey begins today. And through these trials, we found our true selves. We've lived our lives, evolved, survived. And all this time, we dreamed of stars, our memories.
Special thanks, the Institute for Applied Noematics. And one final scene, and then we're done. Trevor Percy Donovan. Not forgotten after all. Two more achievements. Break the Loop and The Future. 58 of 59. Curses. Oh man. I'm frustrated about that last election achievement, but it is what it is. Go above and beyond to change the future, make a choice that will define the future. Alright, everybody. Thanks for sticking around. I really appreciate it. I don't know when I'm going to do my next run of streams, but I've kind of decided, like, I'm going to keep pumping out episodes on YouTube of Baldur's Gate and Drakengard 2 when I can. I've decided, I'm going rogue again, I'm sorry, but it's a lot more exciting for me, and I think for you, if I just play what I want to play, and I'm happy to be playing it. I want to do the entire Daniel Mullins verse after the announcement of Pony Island 2. So I'm going to do a series of streams where we do, in order, Pony Island, The Hex, and Inscription. I don't know if I'm going to run into the same thing that walled me last time I tried to play The Hex. I certainly hope not. Maybe it's been long enough that the bug has been fixed. I hope so. If not, we'll see what we can do when we get to that point. But I'm going to cross that bridge when I come to it. But that's what I want to do next. So thank you all so much, again, for sticking with me today, sticking with me in general, through my many pauses and hiatuses and breaks and what have you. The fact that you're still around means a lot to me. I really appreciate it. I hope you have a wonderful evening. And watch the Discord to see when I'm going to be streaming again. It's not going to be long. I'll take a few days off, but I will see you soon. Take care, everybody. Thanks again, and good night.